So keep that, be mindful of that as we go through today. Be mindful today that we're not really, or we're doing an information gathering, just as we've always done. Questions are back and forth, but we're not making any decisions. There's no decisions that are going to be made today, but discussion is encouraged, especially when we notice things that might stand out or be different. Let's make sure we're being diligent as far as while we have the people here, being able to ask those questions, with all of us being able to listen to it, rather than having to go back and maybe call somebody back in later. Are there any questions or concerns before we get going today? Okay, we're going to try to keep it moving as well as we can. You ready to go? Do you have anything before we start?
Just what I already said.
Judge Ronshore, please.
Thank you.
And you can have a seat there at the end. You can stand out. I know the great orator that you are, and your courtroom experience that you're
They make me
comfortable on
sit
your
down in
feet.
the courtroom, so I'm gonna stand.
Okay.
We'll change it up. I appreciate the comments. Just a few changes in our budget that bear mentioning. And I'll start with a real quick one. The 12101 account is the account we use to pay pro tem judges. When we have pro tem judges, we pay them $25 a day. And that's with whether they work an hour or 8 hours. So it's not very good pay. And this year, January of 2026, Judge Hewer retired from senior judge status, which was a big hit to us because we used the heck out of him as a senior judge to take care of conflicts and a lot of the child support cases where I have conflicts. He did renew his license though, and so he's still available to us. We just can't have the state pay him as a senior judge. Instead, we pay him that $25 a day when he comes in, and we use him about once a month. And I think we had budgeted $300 for a year. In order to pay him once a month, we need to increase that by $50. So that's the reason we're upping our pro tem budget. Frankly, I don't use pro tems that much before this year, so this might be the first year we've actually be using that account, and an increase of $50 is hopefully warranted in your judgment. Secondly, Judge Fall and I have talked about our public defenders and the conflict public defenders. We have contract public defenders who we pay a contract amount each year, and we have conflict public defenders where the contract public defenders can't be on those cases, and we pay other attorneys to come in and do them on an hourly basis. We have been paying, I think we, up until recently, we paid them $80 an hour, which is on the very low end of the spectrum. I think when I started in 1996, they were paying me $80 an hour. And a few years ago, we upped that to $90, and Judge Fall and I think it's time to go from $90 to $100 an hour. So that's one of the reasons we're increasing the public defender general benefits, or requesting that you increase those accounts by 3%. I think I saw a recent rule that said in some cases 120 is the bare minimum that the state's requiring. So I think we're still within the boundaries of the law in requesting only $100 or paying the PDs only $100 an hour. But if I'm wrong about that, I'm sure a public defender will tell me about that. So I hope I don't get that message. Supplies, the 20000 line item. We're actually reducing that from $2,500 to $250 per year. That's because of the central supply changes that have been made. So that's actually a decrease that we're passing on to you all. We don't need that amount of money because you're taking care of a lot of the supplies for us. Line item 35,600. We have taken, we've not had an interpreter account until now. We're asking that you create that new account. I know Judge Fall uses interpreters a lot more than we do, so they've always had an interpreter line item. We've always, when we need interpreters, we pay them out of the public defender's compost fund, where we have gotten that money. We think it's time probably to set that out. We will go years in time with not using that, not needing interpreters. Luckily, unlike Judge Fall, who needs them every year. We had 1 year recently where we had to bring a Russian interpreter from Cincinnati to sit through a 2-day, 3-day jury trial. I don't remember. But that year we obviously went much over our budget. So we think maybe a budget of $1,000 a year is an average of what we might need. Hopefully not more than that. So those are the main changes. There are some other changes that are just moving some things around, and I'll be glad to answer questions about that, or have Carly answer questions about that. But the only other thing that I wanted to mention was, I'm sure you're aware that the community corrections and probation are losing a lot of grant money this year that support their services. I want to express my support, and I know Judge Fall does too, for whatever measures you could take to fully fund those departments. The new state administration has apparently values those programs a lot less than Whitley County always has, and that Judge Fall and I do. And we want to make sure those programs can continue in their current state. And if that means council has to make up some ground for the state, I guess that's what the new governor's asking us to do, and what I would ask you to do as well. I'd be happy to answer questions.
On that last item, where do you see that being made up in years to come? I'm kind of thinking it's a 1-year glitch.
I
and
think
it
so
should be
too.
coming from somebody else, from someplace else. Do you speak on that?
I can, actually. I had the opportunity to speak with Justice Goff of the Indiana Supreme Court a couple of months ago when it first became apparent that shortfall was going to be passed on. And he has been working, and other members of the Supreme Court have been working on other funding sources. It's my hope that the Office of Court Services or some other agency can make up that shortfall in the next year. I think that's a 1-year thing too. I think it's going to hit all of the counties that utilize those services very hard this year, and some efforts going to be made down in the state, maybe not from the administration, but from other sources, maybe from court services, to make up that shortfall in the budget for 2028. But 2027, budget's already, or excuse me, 2027, the budget process is ongoing, and it'd be nice if they could make it up this year, but I'm not sure that's going to be possible. But I do see other sources becoming available.
And ultimately, these are tax dollars. So when people, and you may not have a response to this, Judge, but I'm just gonna ask you. So when people ask us, hey, we're still paying our tax dollars, but we're having to cut all these services, what's the response to that? Because those tax dollars from Whitley County are still going to them. Where are these tax dollars going if they're cutting $500,000 coming back to us?
I don't know what the right answer to that is, but it's apparent that you and we and people that we work with are subject to the edicts that come from on high in Indianapolis. And if they don't value the programs that we value, then we need to find ways to make that up. Community corrections and probation are the cornerstone of our criminal justice system. Rehabilitation is something that would not be nearly as effective without those programs here in Whitley County. I have come to rely on them. I think that we have all come to rely on those programs. And I wish and I hope that reevaluation occurs in Indianapolis. Good questions, though. I wish I had better answers.
And I don't know that you're the person that can answer, but I'm trying to get opinions from people because we're all gonna be asked those questions.
Yeah.
And we gotta figure that out this year.
Yeah.
And every county employee is gonna have, we're gonna be looking at, this is gonna be a big impact on employee raises this year. I'm sure the cost of levies went up this year.
Oh,
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
But this puts us in a position where we're gonna have to, it's gonna be hard.
That was a really good question, though. Where's the money going? That was a good question.
Any other questions for Judge Renshaw, please?
Yeah, I had one.
Yes, sir.
Technology line item, I can't, my number's cut off here, so I can't give you one. It's right under the 34,500. In 2025, you expended $7,790, $20,000 budget in 2026, and the same budget for next year. Do you know, can you explain kind of what that's for? Do you know what you've expended so far this year? Just because if you're talking about kind of taken from one to be able to give to another, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we're gonna have to do. So if you've only expended, a third of that in the last couple of years, then in my opinion, that might be a good place to pull it from.
And then I'm gonna have to resort to
Yeah,
turning
that-
around and asking Carly, because she knows more about that than I do.
That's where we pay our JABs and FTR, it's our recording equipment, our video equipment. The first year we had FTR at the new jail, the commissioners paid that amount, so that's why we didn't pay that last year.
So
I think we-
it's abnormally low then, just because of
Correct, and-
that, okay.
But this year, you've expended $3,055.50 out of it.
Yeah, we haven't paid JABs contract yet, and I think we have to pay FTR also this year.
Do you have
So-
any idea
and
what that cost would be?
Once we get the total cost of that, because Superior Court and Circuit Court, with JABs, with the courtroom recording equipment, we pay them separately. For the jail, we're going together. And we could never really get we never know what that amount's gonna be until we get the contract, which is in the middle of the year.
Mm.
So.
Have you received it yet?
We have received the JABs contract.
Just got it.
Just got it. I don't have those amounts with me right now.
Okay.
And the FTR one will receive, I think, in October. So, I mean, we'll keep an eye on it, and if the 20,000 is, I think the courts will cut what we need to cut to cover that.
Mhm.
We just don't want to have not enough money, and then we can't pay our contract when it's due because we have to come to you and ask for more money.
Sure. Makes sense.
And I know that fund has always been responsibly taken care of, because you look at the numbers right now, and 12,000 and some odd dollars came back to county general from that fund last year from their budget. So it's not like it's being used as a slush fund or transferred someplace else to cover whatever other line item that could be transferred to, so we do appreciate that.
And I think that can be said for our conflict public defender fund also.
But if we do get to a point to where we've got to look at making cuts, that might, depend on what the cuts are, maybe that's a $10,000 cut there. Now that we're meeting twice a month too, if you guys get a bill or you have something you need to be paid, we're gonna be a lot more accessible as far as those additional appropriations too.
Which would be my preference. I mean, if we cut, like we're gonna have to cut, maybe not, as extensively as what we're thinking, but maybe it is, I don't know that yet. But if we do have to cut, my preference would be, and I know it's a pain, I understand, but to come back for an additional appropriation whenever it's necessary.
Yeah, we just weren't sure, because like I said, the commissioners paid that first year for us.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Any other questions for the judge, please? Thank you so much, sir.
Appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna sit down because I don't want anybody to see my bald spot. That thing shows every time. I always sit in the back. Good morning, everyone. I pretty much say ditto to the majority of the things. Couple things I'll just jump into right away. Thor, your question is fantastic. And I've been asking
you
it.
the same question, so if you want to jump in. with
I will
that.
tell you right now, you know what you need to do? You need to call Chris Judy, you need to call Justin Bush, and you need to call down to the governor's office. Because my taxes didn't go down. I'm paying more in taxes, and all of a sudden, all the programs, and when we say these are programs, that sounds kind of soft and squishy, but it's not. It's actually law enforcement. For instance, probation in our county. You have other counties that, just email us that you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing. Just call us. But our probation officers go out and check, and they make sure that you're not drinking, you're not smoking, you're not using drugs. They're doing home visits. They're enforcing Judge Rensler and I's order. Whereas other counties, in order to save money, I get it, they've gone to this soft approach where being on probation is, in a way, become a joke. And so we're trying to keep that standard of tough enforcement, because that's what we think that the citizens of Whitley County want. They don't want, oh, I've got Thor Hodges over here on probation, but he's partying, smoking, and drinking every night. What's our probation department doing? I'm not saying that Thor's doing that, but those are the types of things when we talk about the programs for community corrections and probation. It's not soft, willy-nilly, we're going to be nice and touchy-feely. We're enforcing the law, and they are, I should say. I don't. I sit at my house and let them do it. The thing is,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
to
no.
interrupt you, but do you think this is a direct reflection of the current mindset in Indianapolis of building more jails or more prisons instead of trying to rehabilitate at a local level?
That is the impression that we're getting, is they're more focused on their budget and doing those things. I can't say that for sure. Everything I have is secondhand. I think those would be good questions for Paul and Ed to a certain extent. But yeah, I think I think the superintendent indicated that his job is to run prisons, not worry about community corrections and things like that. But I don't want to attribute that to anyone, because that was second or third hand information. But all of a sudden we've gone from this focus, when they changed the laws in 2014, they made everything community based. They reduced a lot of the felonies to misdemeanors. They reduced a lot of the major felonies to lower level felonies, and then they basically filled our jails. And then they put it back on us. But they promised that they would give us the funding to do that through what they saved at the DOC. Now, unfortunately, apparently that funding, back half of that, has been forgotten. And so it's been very frustrating to see that happen. But I think your question was spot on. I wanted to about jump out of my chair when you asked it, because I just don't understand how it is that I'm continuing to pay more in taxes, yet I'm being told that there's no money to fund these programs that they've been promising us and they wanted us to do at the state level so that they could save money on prisons 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So I think that part of it's been forgotten. And that's enough of my rant. I'll probably get myself in enough trouble with just what I said already. As far as my actual budget goes, the only thing that I've increased is requesting the same thing Judge Rensler did with regard to the public defenders. I don't know if you know this, and I never thought in my life I would say this, but there is a lawyer shortage. And judges are fighting to get public defenders or folks that are willing to do the public defender work, because it's less than half of what an attorney would normally make on their hourly rate. Talked to the attorneys coming in. A lot of them, even here in Columbia City and Fort Wayne, they're charging anywhere from $240 up to $350 an hour, and we pay them $100 an hour approximately. So they're doing it because it's good for them. It helps them, with their bottom line, but they're also doing it to support the courts. So that's part of why we're asking for that increase. And Tiffany, I may have made a mistake. Did I ask for the full amount of $5,000 on supplies?
Supplies. We took that down to 700,
Okay, yeah, that's good.
because I think maybe envelopes or something, I'm
Yeah.
not sure what.
No, I
was
just
the-
wanted to make sure I wasn't still asking for 5,000.
No.
I had on my notes, I still had that as 5,000.
good.
And I wanted to make sure I was not doing that,
I
so.
think the commissioners made their decision after the majority of people had input their claims, so we
Correct.
kind of reached out to your office manager
Okay.
and things and.
Yeah,
made
I just wanted to
changes.
double check. I was like, I am not asking for 5,000 in
No,
supplies.
you're good.
And then, as Judge Rensler indicated, the hot points for the courts in a lot of ways, at least directly for my budget, is interpreters. We've been able to use language line, but in the last month I've had Uzbek, I've had Swahili, I've had Haitian Creole, I've had a Hebrew defendant, a defendant that was from Israel that only spoke Hebrew. I'm setting a record for Spanish. I used to get maybe 1 or 2 Spanish-speaking individuals every couple of weeks. Last Monday I had 7. And so fortunately we've been able to utilize language line, but our local Spanish interpreter has been fantastic. And she's been great. We've been able to keep that on a steady budget. And the other thing that we may see in the future is more mental health evaluations. we're just getting a tremendous number of mental health issues coming through, and we have to have those evaluated. But Nick, in response to your question, my position has always been, I hated to come back and ask for additional appropriations because the council's trying to prepare an overall budget. So I've always tried to make sure I ask for what we need. But if your preference is that we do come back for those additional because that's sort of like when my wife comes to me and says, oh, by the way, I forgot that, we need to pay for this year and I've not budgeted for that. That frustrates me. And I just want to make sure that we're not frustrating you if we do it that way. And if that's your preference.
No, I don't think, at least for me, it's
Sure.
not frustrating to me at
Okay.
all, because I can see it both ways.
Sure.
I understand.
Yeah.
Taking care of our own budget at my house, it's kind of,
Sure.
we try to forecast into the future
Sure.
what we will and won't
Yeah.
need, and when you're short, it's frustrating and
Yeah.
having to kind of
Sure.
reevaluate and refigure out. I think my thought behind that is just to make sure that we're not asking for more. And I know, like what Thor and Tiffany were saying, is that it comes back to county general.
Sure.
I get that, I understand. But in this upcoming next year,
Sure.
things are going to be so tight that it's. I feel like we maybe need to kind of, tighten the belt a little
Sure.
bit.
Absolutely. You've all been great to Judge Rentschler and I and to the courts. And you've always been, and we just want to reciprocate by being responsible in how we present our budget. So
Mhm.
if that's the preferred method, then we're happy to do that.
Sure. I mean, I can only speak for myself.
Sure. Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to speak for anybody else
Yeah.
here, but my preference would be like, try to get it as close as possible, which
Sure.
I'm sure you guys all do.
Sure.
And if necessary, to come back.
Okay, and happy to do that. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't going to be frustrated with us if I cut it real back and then said, well, I didn't project enough and I'm back here, a couple times a year. I've tried to avoid that just because I know it's hard for you to find money where you don't have it at the end.
Sure.
So however you all prefer to do it, we're happy to oblige, and we'll work our budget that way as well.
Mhm.
So again, I can't express enough how much the courts have been blessed to have. I've been in a lot of counties where this doesn't happen, where you don't have a good relationship between the judicial branch and the legislative branch. So I appreciate everything you guys do. We just want to make sure we're presenting it in a fashion that you prefer.
Absolutely.
So happy to adjust.
I appreciate that. We're very grateful for the work that you all do and the sacrifices you all make at the same time. So
Well, thank you. So I've dominated the conversation. I'm sorry. I tend to do that. Questions for me?
If you get an email from Tiffany that says got to cut $10,000 out of your budget, where are you going to do it?
I'm going to do it right out of that JAVS budget, or that, what do we call that? Technology budget, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll come from there.
Knowing that you can come back and.
If it were up to me, we wouldn't pay JAV a dime, but that's a whole different story. Sorry, we don't want to go down that route. But yeah, we will do that. And again, with that understanding that if we come back and ask you later, that's why.
Okay.
So, absolutely. Any other questions? I wish you the best of luck moving forward. It feels like old times being on council with you two.
Oh, as much as I've not been looking forward to this, I guess we're on the prosecutors. Has he made it here yet? Oh, yes, he is.
Andy's conscious, so.
And he has a nice tie on, so that'll
Well,
expedite things
Let
today.
me just say this, Councilman, I wore that for 6 members of the panel, but not 7.
I see.
Well, you know how to win in hearts and minds, don't you?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I sit, or would you prefer that I stand?
We would prefer that you sit
Our
down.
choice.
Thank you.
You can sit or stand, either
Well,
way.
I'm used to following Judge Fall, and that's okay. That's exactly where I want to be. We don't have a lot in terms of our annual operating budget. There isn't much difference for the council, I don't believe. I'm happy to take any questions on it. We did make a couple of minor adjustments to reflect the budgeting priorities that the council asked us to. Again, they're They are relative mostly to supplies and printing costs, and are fairly negligible in amount. I don't think they have any ultimate real or lasting impact to the budget. We have done our best to utilize other funds available to us to provide for certain priorities in the office. We do experience costs that some departments don't experience, legal costs, the cost to the county for operating a 4-person law office essentially, which is what we are. And so we've done our best, I've done my best to try and make certain that the additional expenses we incur don't reach beyond the projected budgets that we have. So I think we've accomplished that this year. I don't think there should be anything exciting for the council in there. I'm happy to take any questions on that before I get to really the main question that I have for you and the main point that I want to make. Was there anything about our numbers, or was there anything in there that I can clarify for you all?
Yeah, under
Yes, sir.
the pretrial diversion.
Yes.
Fund 2505.
Yes.
The 21,000 operating supplies.
Mm-hmm.
2025 expended was 44.9.
Mm-hmm.
Adopted budget for 26 was 100,000, and then next year is 100,000. Can you explain a little bit what goes into that?
Right, for sure. So that fund, we don't expend those monies. That is a budgeting tactic that we use in order to have the funds available to us. That's all. So those aren't actual expenditures by any stretch. That's what I do. In the event that we have, for example, we maintain a vehicle, for example, if the investigator's vehicle were to go down, which is possible, it's now 15 years old, then I've got the funds available to me. I would still be required to come before this body and request permission to access those funds. But it's really just a budgeting, a way for me to say to the council, this is our number,
Mm-hmm.
this is what we may need, and when I return to you, I'm capped at that number. So that doesn't represent an actual expenditure from that fund.
Okay.
But you're never truly capped at that if it's an additional appropriation.
If it's an additional appropriation, that's right. It's just a way for me to say, this is the do not exceed amount. I can't imagine a circumstance that I'd have where I'd need $100,000 unless I really needed to go on vacation or something.
So if we got an email after today's meetings from Tiffany, you would have room to cut someplace, though.
Oh, certainly. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, I can cut it back. I can cut it back to zero if the understanding is I'm going to be back when I have printing expenses, based upon the kind of direction to cut some of our operational expenses. Yeah. I mean, that's certainly a thing. If that's something that helps in the larger question of reversion and numbers, bottom line numbers for the council, I can play ball there, certainly.
What's the average true expenditure, though?
Oh, jeez. Oh, I would
Estimated.
Sure, it varies wildly from year to year, and let me explain why that is. So, for example, last year, we from that fund, I paid for two substantial expenditures. The first was a new software package that allows us to control all our evidence and to manage our evidence. Okay, it was desperately needed, and it's a package that a lot of prosecutors' offices across the state are using. I went to it very early, and I think we've been very gratified with the results. But that package, the annual cost associated with that's about $15,000. Right, that's something I kept off the county books. That was something I was able to fund myself, and so I thought that was important that I did. So that was one. The other expenses that we've been incurring that are large in nature are the addition of flock cameras around the county. These are license plate readers that I believe I've talked to the council, or several of you anyway, about in the past, and those have a substantial expense. There's an initial outlay, and then there's an ongoing subscription expense to them. So those kinds of things are things that come out of that budget. So last year, 2025, and to a degree, a portion of 2026 would have captured those expenses. Those would have been large. We also have some minor league operational expenses when we have a case that is expensive, because we have cases that are expensive, that require a lot of depositions, that require travel, that require expert witnesses, that require something over and above just as an officer coming to testify. Then we look to that fund to pay those costs. And so in some years, those are the only costs we incur. In other years, we have these larger capital outlays. And those are that's the reason for the 100,000, Councilman, and that's also the reason I can't tell you with any certainty what an average is, because these expenses come up.
And DJ, these are not county general funds, are these fees that you collect for?
These are,
something?
yeah, no, that's correct. So the fees that people pay, there are a couple of different funds. But yes, these are fees, or they are deferral funds that we've accumulated through the years, yes. And they have, the expenditure of those funds is controlled specifically by statute, so we have to be very, very careful about how we do that.
I just wanted you all to be aware that these are separate from the
Yes,
county gen.
thank you.
Is there
Yeah.
anything that those funds can be diverted to that would cover something that's now being paid out of county general?
Sure.
How can you move those funds, or how can't you?
So limited, operationally, to a degree, we have flexibility in our operations. I can use in some regard those funds to offset certain operational expenses. What I can't use them for consistently necessarily are to supplement salaries. What I can't necessarily use them for are to pay an expense associated with another agency. I'd have to go back and review the statute, but it's a very, very limited amount of, or a very limited range of things that I can use it for, and we've kept within it because, frankly, violating the statute doesn't seem like a really good idea for the prosecutor. So we've been pretty careful about that. But there are, and that's what I think you see in the software expenditures and in the camera expenditures. Over the years, I've bought a lot of radar units. I bought a lot of in-car cameras. I bought body cameras for the state police, for our local law enforcement, for our DNR folks. That's what, in my mind, the fund is best used for, is offsetting those expenses for those agencies. If I have to use that more for myself, they necessarily don't get the amount of money that I pay throughout the years. But that's a ebb and flow, and we just take those as they come. Any other questions I can answer for you?
Is there any other area in your budget line that's paid for by other means than general?
Yeah, absolutely.
We should notate that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me talk to you for just a minute about our child support division. One of the things I think that folks, and I've mentioned this to you all before, and I don't mean to be redundant or to chew this bone too long, but our 4D division is an excellent example. Most of that, Title 4D refers to the child support enforcement that we do on behalf of the federal government. When a court orders somebody to pay child support and they don't pay, then we are allowed to enforce that order. And up to a point, we're allowed to enforce it criminally. So we can file criminal charges if people don't pay. We use the civil process to ensure that they pay. And then we monitor those cases from birth to death, or from birth to emancipation is a better way to put it. So the federal government has recognized that that's a substantial expense for counties. And by that recognition, what they've done is they reimburse the salaries of our caseworkers and our staff attorney. They reimburse the county 66%. Okay, so 2/3 of at least the salary expense associated with the 4D office is returned to the county. For example, and what I'll get to here in a moment, is the staff attorney, the deputy prosecutor in charge of that, and our juvenile division is woefully underpaid, and I want to talk about that more in a minute. But her salary, as it currently stands, only costs the county $42,000 as a result of this federal reimbursement. Likewise, the caseworkers, we have 5 of them in my office, and they make approximately 42 to 44, I believe. 66% of their salary is returned to the county by the federal government. In addition to that, that division also, by virtue of its high performance, earns what we call incentive funds, right? The federal government says, hey, you did a great job. Here's some money. And we use that for equipment purchases in the 4D division. We use it to pay a bonus to our caseworkers that's richly deserved on a regular basis, on an annual basis, which is permitted under the federal statute. And we use it to offset certain conference expenses, because continuing education is a component of what these folks have to do each and every year. It's required. So in addition to reimbursing the 66%, we also have a pool of funds that we can use to offset expenses in that division that don't come out of county general. And so it's an extremely well-run operation. I like to take credit for it. It was that way when I got here. I'm trying to keep it that way. I'm not going to keep my nose out of it. But consistently, Whitley County performs at the top of all the counties in Indiana, certainly for a county of our size. So that's one example of how those funds are returned to the county, and the county saves money on the deal.
Any other questions before he gets into his ask? Thank you. Go right ahead, sir.
Did I telegraph that back in January or February? I can't remember. I can't remember what I did. As you all recall, yes, I am back. When last we met on this particular topic, the sense that I got, and I don't want to speak for anybody here, but my sense was that it was not a no, but it was a not right now. And I appreciated that and respected and went back and rolled up my sleeves and did some work. And we looked again. I'm going to hand these down to each of you to kind of give you a sense. That should be enough, John. That'll be yours. I think there's enough there. To give you a sense of what we're doing. One of the things that was requested by the council at the time, I asked for a salary adjustment for the 4D deputy prosecutor, was a WIS job clarification compensation analysis. That was performed, as I understand it. I have a copy of it here. I don't know if a copy of it has made it to the council. But by virtue of a letter from WIS dated January 19, they identified the classification and compensation at a level 3, which is what Ms. Grossnickel as our 4D deputy would occupy, at a range of between 97,792 and 124,957. So I think my ask is in line with what WIS has found to be the case. And again, I'll spare you the dog and pony. I'm sure most of you remember how it went the first go round, but what this role does is substantial in my office, and it goes beyond simply child support enforcement and juvenile work. The juvenile work has grown, as you can probably imagine. As we all look at our schools and look across the education system of the state of Indiana, we know that there is an increasing number of juvenile offenses and an increasing number of juvenile involvements with law enforcement. And based upon that, this job has grown. That position is my interface with all of our school systems in the county, okay? In addition to handling every child support enforcement matter that comes along in this county. As an aside, when I started in 2002, there were approximately 500 or 600 cases filed in the Whitley Superior Court. As of this morning, there are about 750 in the year's half over. So we are continuing to see a trend line in our criminal cases, in our juvenile cases, straight upward. And that has necessarily expanded the role of this particular deputy prosecutor beyond what it was originally envisioned. So that's the understanding. The other thing by my handout, what I wanted to show is exactly what I just explained, Councilwoman Western, that this position is refunded to the county approximately 66% of its value. So according to my rough calculation, and it is a rough calculation, the expense to the county to increase the current salary of that deputy prosecutor from $91,000 to $124,957 in accord with the WIS document is approximately $16,000. $16,029. That increase in that salary then allows us to leverage the federal government to receive additional funding, an additional 2/3 on top of that to bring it to the 124. That is for an experienced attorney who handles the amount of work that we're asking that position to handle. That is a fair number. In the private sector, it's well below what the private sector would pay for a commensurate workload. But at the same time, we understand this isn't the private sector, and we're not here asking for private sector money. But it is reflective of somebody with 25 years of experience, who's provides an extraordinary service to this county. So the the reality for me is, looking forward, in the event that that slot were vacant, I then have to, and I just experienced this with my newest hire. As you will recall, I hired a new deputy prosecutor, no experience, hired him in at the floor of that range. But recruiting, that process and recruiting for that position was very difficult because the pay is not commensurate with the workload that we're asking them to perform. So I just want that to be a part of your thought process as we're doing this. Everybody would like to make more money. Nobody likes to pay lawyers, I understand that. But in terms of value and in terms of being able to leverage these federal monies to increase that salary to something that's commensurate with the experience level of the person in it, I think is critically important. And I would really ask that you consider this. I'm asking humbly that this be approved. It is time, in my view. This is something I've neglected over the years. Do more with less. Let it stand where it was. Don't make any noise. Let's just kind of get down the road here. Here we're at a critical juncture. Cases increase. This particular deputy is going to be trying a level 1 felony child molest with me. That's the level of experience that she has. So that's a case just shy in my view of murder. So this has become a much larger job than it was 25 years ago when I got here, and that's okay. We're ready to handle it, and we are handling it. But this compensation addition would be significant. It would be certainly appreciated, but I believe too that it's necessary to continue what this county has demonstrated through the decades, and that is a commitment to public safety. And so that's my ask, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
So I guess my question, to cover the $16,029, where would you cut from?
Well,
If you had to.
yeah, if I had to, well, I suppose there's a couple of different options for me. Operationally, we already keep a portion of our budget outside of county general, just because. So I do feel as though that we've done a pretty good job of cutting ourselves down to the bone. The expense, as you know, is in any office are the people involved. I mean, it's a salary question. I can't identify to you readily right off the top of my head where I would cut, because it would necessarily mean cutting somebody else. And so this is absolutely an additional appropriation. If I can cleave out $2,000 or $4,000 somewhere, I can go back and look hard at that, and I would if that's the directive. But I don't see it based upon the way our office operates. I don't see that really as an option to fund the whole amount.
Yeah.
I just want to be very clear about that.
Sure, I appreciate it.
Any other questions before we move forward?
With the transition of your investigator retiring, is the new position coming up regular?
It is. Well, the new position coming up, I certainly didn't want to hire that guy, but we did anyway. For those of you that don't know, Mike Christie is retiring at the end of the month. We have hired Aaron Cook, a now retired Indiana State Police trooper who's got long history here in Whitley County. He's from Whitley County. He's worked here his entire career. So it's a good move for us. That position is remaining static at this time. Nothing's going to change in terms of pay. Yeah, we're going to keep it just the same. That's a product of an internal conversation. We're going to make some changes with that position and have it take on some duties. So I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility in a couple of years coming back and talking to you all about that position to see, but we're not there yet.
I have no other questions.
EJ, do you have anything else for us, please?
No, I sure don't. I thank you for your time this morning, and I'm always available if you have an additional question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have an update, starting with 1170 for the sheriff's next budget. It's coming down to you right now, please. Sheriff Spencer, please. I know you're, the way you come in and are prepared is always different from us. So are we on the same page this year, or is yours different?
It's always different from what's presented to you from what I have and what we go through as a list. It's
Okay.
completely different. But what I'll do is I'll call out a category and make sure you guys are on the same page as far as what the line number and the title is. I just think it's the easiest way for you guys to be able to follow.
Either that or you call the category and you can find that.
You can
page.
try that too. Maybe I'll be able to follow.
Let's start with Fund 1000 County General, please.
And I'll be sheriff.
Sheriff?
Yep.
Okay, our first one that we're recommending on the change, is gonna be 11,700. It's part-time. It's gonna be Susan Bradbury's position. We come up short on that. Obviously, what we have in the front is one full-time. We have Jody who has to fill in, at times, but up front, it's one full-time, one part-time. She's obviously, her child's getting bigger, has more appointments, has more things going on. When that happens, then Susan has to cover. Susan usually takes off Wednesdays to compensate for that. And then she adjusts her schedule accordingly to do sheriff sales on Thursday. So that would be an increase. Like in 2026 was 35,000. For 2027, we're recommending a $38,000 total line item budget. So a raise of 3,000 for 11,700. You just want to pause after each one. And do you want me to go over everything or anything that's just a change?
I think it's probably appropriate for you to go over your changes or anything that is of concern to you.
Okay.
Before we move to the next section, we'll open it up for questions in case there's something in that section rather than.
Well, the sheriff has so many, well, I didn't know if you wanted me to pause after, like this one right now. Do you want me to keep going in the whole sheriff? Or
I
you want
think
me
right
to
now is a good time to stop for
Go ahead.
questions if anybody has anything on this first page.
Okay. That was pretty cut and dry. It's a one-person part-time line item.
Any questions on the back of that page as far as the garage equipment dues or IT services, please?
What's the telephone keep going up so much for?
Telephone for sheriff, actually.
Yeah, first page, page 1.
We don't
It's
get
up
the same
6,000.
reports you do, sorry.
It's
What-
stating it went up 6,000.
It's your line item 34,000.
That's gotta be
Per
nine.
account.
He hasn't even gotten to the room
No.
yet.
I think they're reviewing the whole page, Jason. If you just wanna go down to your next.
It's under,
Telephone.
well, one telephone we're dropping, the other one's got to do with 911.
It's 3,400, line 3.
Pardon?
That's our phones for the building, other than 911, the whole building, and stipends, any
Oh.
repairs to phones.
But they're new phones, so why would it increase $3,000 though? I mean, $6,000.
We haven't had enough to cover the cost.
Let's see.
And it is a different phone system also.
But these cover stipends on cell phones also?
Yes.
For everybody that works at the sheriff's department?
No, only ones that have been approved. It's not everybody.
But it's available.
Transports road, supervisors.
I guess what we're asking, what happened to cause it to go up $6,000?
Yeah, but I'm looking for it in here. It's not in sheriff's, so.
Is there a new
What's
payment
it
out of
under?
it?
It's under the 30,000 series, 30,000. $34,000.
But what's it under?
Sheriff,
It's not in.
Yeah, so they've spent 13,000 out of their 24,000 already this year at the midpoint, so. Yeah, they're spending outside of their budget on it, so that's why I feel, or I'm gonna guess that's why they're asking for the additional amount, is because they're ahead of their midline as far as for this year.
Okay.
And that should come out to, I think 30,000 is probably a couple thousand more, but we don't know that, more than what you need, but maybe not for sure.
I don't know what it is.
it's at the top of the one page.
It
I'm
just
in
looks
this
like,
one.
it looks like something's been added into it, that's all I'm saying.
Front page.
I'm sorry.
It just looks like there's been something else added into the phone
Oh.
program compared to last year.
Well, and like
Here you
last
go.
year, we were running both buildings for a bit, and so it's kind of wonky on last year.
Yeah, that would make a difference.
Yeah.
But if we go down,
The Joan has a question, I'm gonna read that real quick, go through that. That's the detailed notes on why, what happens and what comes out of that. That's something you guys probably don't have.
Do you have much of a substantial change in the people that are receiving stipends?
No,
No,
that,
it doesn't, the fee doesn't change, it's flat fees, so.
Well, I didn't
And
know
the
if there was
number-
more people that got added into that program.
there's been a couple.
What is that, like $30 a month?
Yes.
So that's not, that's not the bulk of it, for sure.
thank you, Jason.
Can you read that off what it was?
34000.
Did you,
Okay, so our, we now are with Midwest VoIP instead of the other from the old building. And our annual licensing fee for that is $1,750. Our monthly fees are $460 a month, which is $5,520 per year. So it's $7,270 for the year just for Midwest VoIP without any other fees or increases. Then Brightspeed, we're currently paying about $1,250 a month, and that is $15,000 a year on average. We're still looking at what we can shut off on some of that, so we don't wanna shut everything off at once and, nothing works, so.
Is the Brightspeed service good or is it subpar?
Provider for the entire county.
I'm not sure.
Around the county,
Okay.
it doesn't work a lot of the time, that's
Yeah.
why I'm
That would
asking.
make more sense
Yeah.
to take the overall
But that's the what we were looking at for the cost,
cost.
just to cover those
And
two
service every
bills
building we
was
have.
$26,230. And then there's stipends.
without
also.
stipend?
Thank you, Jody.
Uh-huh.
In that same category, it says crime control, it's 32002. Last year was 500, this year is 1,000. What's that for?
Been using that for supplies for the detectives, drug tests, for the field tests, evidence storage boxes and
Gun boxes.
syringe cases and
Okay.
things like that.
We're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Same,
Hold on. We're getting, can we go back to going to a list first?
No, you're good.
So I'm gonna be bouncing back between 17 pages here real quick.
Okay.
What do you wanna go to now? We did part-time. When you talk about office supplies, I wanna get that out of the way.
And that would be in the
Our office supplies of
20,000
20,000
series.
series.
I think we're ready for jail, starting with the 11105.
We're not out of sheriff
yeah, I had a question real fast. On,
before we move to another budget.
yeah, the 3509 ammo and flares. I'm assuming that was paid out of somewhere else last year, which is why it was 0 expended. 15,000 this year, and then 15,000 next year.
Actually, we moved it to cover meals the last few years
Okay.
and didn't buy ammo. I believe we're going to have to.
Yes, we need to replenish this year.
Okay.
22, we have 22 people. So just a half case. One box of crackers, one duty.
In the 20,000 series, we've got supplies and gas.
Yeah.
Those things would be in uniform.
The gas, I think I threw, where you-
22,100 in sheriff.
Hold on.
How are you sitting with the gas budget
It's
for
terrible.
this year, as of today?
It's
I mean,
actually
current.
gone down, oh boy.
They have spent $54,118.
About 60 cents. It's went down since the first year. It started the first year, it started getting bad for everybody, I'm sure. I think I did forward you guys a report earlier this year, maybe April, May, to show you what the gas was doing. Right now, I think we're down, we dropped 60 cents, I think, in the month of June per gallon. So it's actually going in the right way. So that's our problem with gas, is obviously the first of the year hurt everybody.
It's going back up though. We just started bombing Iran again this morning or last night, so.
Yeah, it's gonna go back up.
Well, so that's for the raise.
That's your tough line.
So much for peace talks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we're at on that one. So that's why we bumped it to 20. It was still higher than what we were paying anyway, but we're optimistic, I guess, until now. We started out at $3.63 a gallon. We're down to $3.04 as of 6/28. Just June's bill was $10,062.40. So we did gain some 60-ish cents, but
On the garage motor radio line increasing 10,000, what caused that?
prices doing business. I mean, there's which one's that one? What's your number?
36001. It's under sheriff.
Oh. Equipment
Cost of
repairs,
oil changes.
yes, I mean, oil changes now are about $70. And most of those guys are doing every once a month to every 6 weeks is, well, I guess about 3,000, I guess 5,000 anymore. So we're doing that about once every month and a half on an oil change. That's any repairs. We've had some decent repairs. Brake,
That's gone up.
brakes and rotors are horrible anymore to try and get. You used to be able to get an axle for about $250.
So your garage line means repair work?
That's all the repair work, that's all, yes.
Is that something that is on like a as-needed basis? Guy is like, hey, I'm ready for an oil change.
Yeah, they take care of it all on their
They do
own.
this?
There's
Okay.
cars, they make their own arrangements to drop their cars on their days off when they need repairs, as far as maintenance and then whatever else. We've very few that we've had to have towed.
Longevity's based on oil changes.
And we are, where are we taking those? Just
Ores.
curious. Say it again.
A lot of them are at Ores down south,
Ores?
19. Yeah.
So 36001. I know
That's garage.
is garage.
Yes.
The next one is 37004, equipment repair and maintenance. I assume
That's-
that's not vehicles.
That's not vehicle,
Okay.
that's mechanical.
The equipment repair on what equipment though? Is that in the jail?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't that be under warranty? or is the warranties up?
No, that's equipment in the jail, not like
What's
stuff
equipment
we're
to you?
using. Equipment could be our body scanner, it could be our printers.
Chairs.
Okay.
Yeah, anything.
Not
A
okay.
desk,
Okay.
anything like that.
Okay.
37004's only had like 1,500 expended out of it so far this year, Tim.
Okay.
And we did lower that too. We requested.
Yeah, we went
8.
down 3,000 to 10, from 13 to 10. That was a reduction.
Okay, the shredding of that too.
Any other questions before we move on, please?
So next, Jason, we'll have the jail 0122.
It looks to me like everything that's going up is in overtime pay. Wages, are you still short of help, or, I mean?
Usually it's jail side. This time it happens to be, I think, just, we're down one now, one female.
Okay.
We run into problems every year, and it's the same thing. Trying to do the female coverage per shift.
Okay.
Trying to get that female in there. That's where a lot of our overtime comes from in holiday, is when the females take off or they're sick or anything else, then we have to pull another female in. Our female pool's just short. We're short in the jail right now anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, that's,
And
Again.
And the only other big expense I've seen so far is meals.
meals is always short.
Just because inflation,
Utilities, I want to go over utilities with you real quick. I got a spreadsheet I want to pull down, but we'll go over meals first.
okay.
If you want to go to your meal side,
But-
Thor's the one that usually asks for this, and that's why I got it for him. But we did a little calculation on the side. I can bring this down. So on the meals side, we'll go jail first. In 2022, we were $63,000 short. 23, we were $77,000 short. 24, we were $114,000 short. 25, we were $77,000 short. Our budget for 26 is $210,000 for 26. We want to take that to 290. We believe we'll be somewhere right around 280,000 from what we expended this year, and that's just the jail side. This was brought up several times, but the jail is always, meal money is always short. It's short every year, and that's why when we show you that trend, Jody did a great job of showing that, these past years, there's expenditures that we can get you to show that if you'd like to see it. I can just pass mine down. Work release mails, 22, we're 28,000 short. 23, we're 18,000 short. 24 was 11,000 short. 25 was 5,000 short. So, as of, and these numbers are back, we'd have to go into the other one. But just like in 2026, as of 3/13, we had spent 18,000 of the 8,500 in 3 months. That's budgeted. And that's why this year, I think we talked about when we sat down and did this, we have to come up with real numbers. We just can't be coming up with the number that says, oh, we think this is going to be it, or we add $5,000 when we were $77,000 short the year before. That's not going to do anything. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but you at least need to know what the real number is and what it looks like on the shortages. It's not going to do us any good.
You've got under meals, 121,000 spent already, and under work release, 53,000.
So we're 53 of 85 at 6 months. So that's how far we're behind. What was the what was the first number?
121,000.
So yeah, 121 of 210.
That's closer.
Better than 77,000.
Closing that gap just incrementally every year.
It is, but yeah, but the reality of it is that Jody has to take the last 3 months to go through every nickel and dime in there to find that money, and according to depending on how much manpower, that's where she's usually pulling the money is from that wage. Like right now, we do have one that's gone. We have Deputy Blake Berman that's on orders. He's not pulling his wage. That's gonna, I guarantee she's gonna fish that one out towards the end of the year and find all that stuff. But we can't. It would be nice to say that we were full staffed and we didn't have. We couldn't do that. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, and it's budget year and it's not good. But those are real numbers. That's what it costs us. That's where we're short. And that's whether we wanted to present it to you this year.
Can you raise your prices on commissary and supplement this fund with that?
It's got nothing to do with it. It's set by state statute.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No.
I know.
And it's been that way for, gosh, it's been 6, 7, yeah, I mean, same.
What about if you started allowing cigarettes in jail again and then use that?
We've
money
talked
to-
about actually doing some of the, just to try and get some, because I know we're gonna come up short. We lost some telecommunications money through commissary, which really probably took half our commissary money. The FCC came in and established a new guideline and profit sharing rule, and we lost probably half our commissary intake. So they're even cutting that, so, it's tough. I can pass that down, but I do wanna hit utilities for you real quick.
That's good.
Everybody knew
Thank you.
what we were going into. Joe, do you have that other sheet? So if I pass this down.
You need one, is that
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw one down towards them this way.
where we're at today?
Yeah, the one that you printed yesterday that shows as of July.
And
Some
what's
of them
this
are on there.
for?
This is utilities.
Okay.
This is your, it's right by your, it's 31,003. 31,003.
Yeah, okay.
If you look at the figures across, over on this side is gonna be our budget. This is a running total of where we're at. This is the name of the utility that's being paid out of that. And it's showing you what it's gonna take to operate that new building. It's not good. But we didn't know going into it. It's a new building, so, I mean, is it a shock? Yeah. Did we know? No.
You spent 158 so far this year, though, and you're asking your budget, I think like you're kind of getting into that same situation where you're not asking for enough and you're gonna continue to be behind again with,
And there's a lot more expenditures with this new building.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what we're running into.
Is there
Yeah,
something
we're
different
up.
about the first 6 months of the year that you're not expecting the
And how
last
much
6
so
months of
far
the year?
this year?
Because Nick, 158.
Out of 190.
158.
So
Yeah.
158 times 2, I'm not good with mathing, but I know it's more than 290.
Yes.
190.
So that's why we raised our.
290 is the
That's why we
requested
doubled
for
our,
next year.
pretty much doubled the utility request of the line
Oh,
item.
I'm looking at the mill allowance,
Yeah, I
I'm
was
sorry, I'm
hang
looking at the
on.
wrong line. No wonder my math is bad.
It's close. We started at 190.
Well, still, the one, it's the same
It's
thing.
close.
It's 300, 158, you're still 16 short, even if it continues to play out. That's why I'm asking you.
So that's
Do you
a
think that's gonna go down?
No. Utilities? No.
Yeah.
They're probably monthly charges.
Actually, the city just raised their, what'd you say it was?
The stormwater and the private hydrant fee, they like doubled those.
Does that have anything to do with the current HVAC problems?
So maybe on the gas part, when you get, I'm
I know
not
that's,
I'm not
that's
an
a tough
HVAC
question
guy.
to answer. I'm sure.
I would say that some of the HVAC issues of overrun, but then how many times have they not run? I mean, is it a balance where they just shut off? I don't know. That'd be a tough one on the utilities part. That would be a NIPSCO thing. I think that would be the only thing it would affect, would be their gas bill, which is substantial. I think at the end of the year, last year, our highest one was around 885. Remember?
Got my word.
Well, the December, the ones that aren't on the sheet, because we pay the year, the
Oh.
month prior. I think
Yeah.
we had an 8
So
in
like
there.
January pays December's usage.
Yeah. There's a 7523 in there that would have been January's we paid in February. But I think we were somewhere, the highest was somewhere around 8. There was some, there's a lot of this stuff that we ran through on 25 going into 26 that we actually had to pay some, I don't know which balancing fees with the NIPSCO bill coming from the old building.
Yeah.
We did have to do some of that. It's almost like CenturyLink or Brightspeed, whatever it is now. I mean, we're still trying to do some of that and get that squared away. We had so many lines with so many voter lines and things like that. That's what she explained about turning things off. We just can't go out. We have to turn like one off every month or so to make sure nothing fails because of all the voter lines and things like that going to stations. We had one that was listed at the old hospital still. I mean, that's obviously a grass field, but there was still one listed there by address. Now it was shut off, but it was still on sheet. So we just had to account for everything. It just took a while. But there was some stuff that came in through NIPSCO that wasn't right. We questioned some bills that were really high and that ended up being a balance of, I don't know if they tried to budget for the old jail and do a budget NIPSCO or what they did, but there were some errors in there that had to be corrected that came off the 25 before it got balanced out. But I mean, that's the bills we're paying, that's what utilities is, that's why the raise is there.
So my whole thought between all of the stuff that so far each department has come out to is like, how might we be able to combine costs over departments and perhaps sign a contract with a company that, let's say they provide softener salt, or internet providers, something like that, that we might, and this is obviously a commissioner question, but can we combine internet usage and have a provider service every building in the county? So, I mean, that's something that I'm, obviously when the commissioners come up, that's gonna be a question. Cause I'm seeing, I mean, just for the last 6 months, over $2,000 in softener salt, which obviously is necessary because we have hard water here. Very, very hard water.
Jeremy has reduced some of that. We don't want it filled as much. It tends to bridge in that huge tank. So we've knocked it down to where they're not filling it to the top because he was filling it all the way up in the net. So we're trying to reduce some of that and maybe and cut back on the delivery on that one because they were topping it off every chance they had, and they knocked that down because it bridged one time and then it caused problems, and a tank that size is difficult.
Are you guys using the crystals or the pellets?
It's pellets.
But it's not, you're not pouring bags in there.
Yeah, ours is a little different.
It's blown in the side by a big, so a truck pulls up, it's got a tube, hook it up to the side of the building, then it shoots it into the cylinder
It's
inside.
bulk. It's not a
So
bag.
yeah, it's truck delivery. He gets out to hook it to the side of the building, and that's it.
Going back to the meal allowance, what is it per person?
$2 is what the state's standard.
And actually, I sent that report to you just the week ago. from
Yeah.
the annual meal report.
Yep, it's on letterhead. It's not, it wasn't it was attached, it was probably an attachment.
So
On
that's
letterhead.
what you got.
That was in your quarterly
So-
report.
I remember seeing
Is that what
it.
you're talking about?
Yeah, we have to report it.
Okay.
You guys see, yeah, you guys will see that. It'll have the breakdown between work release and jail.
Okay.
It'll show you the total cost to date, total cost, what it costs per meal, and what state statute is.
Average cost is $2.53 for the jail, work release is $1.84.
Clear as mud.
And then your next biggest one then, Jason, will be the 1170.
Well,
Are we done in jail?
Any questions? There's nothing really to talk about on 1101. Accident reports,
11.7 is next.
1156. Firearms training.
And those smaller ones are all fees that are collected, that they just
Yeah.
have to appropriate monies for.
So then we'll move the 1170, public safety, please. My binder is page 1.
Well, on the firearms training at 8,500 difference, is that because there's a requirement for updating or?
it's just a guess at what we will have by the end of the year.
Where?
Next year.
Under firearms
1156
training,
firearms.
1156.
It's a perpetual fund.
Oh, that's like a checking account. It's,
Set by statute, there's
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
Jason, is there anything you want to address in 0179? Anything that you want to start at?
11.7, where are we on?
low.
Okay. Everything is, part-time, 11,700 on the, that would be, Brian Maley. So 11,700 is labeled as part-time, that will be removed. We were anticipating that for next year. So that's done, so that will, that line item will actually be removed and replaced, it was replaced with a full-time.
We've already, so are we supposed to take out the part-time line item, because we still have it listed and Maylee's already on here?
Unless you just leave it, you can either remove it or zero it. I mean,
Well, if you're
assume
not
it's
gonna have
zero.
anybody use it, I can remove it.
You can remove it.
Okay.
That's what we had listed is to remove.
So the 12,000 or the full 42,000?
42.
The whole thing.
Fine, okay.
Wow, you just saved us $42,000, thank you.
Yeah, because he's on the next page for.
Yes.
Yeah, because he went full-time.
Yeah.
After we did the budget.
So, yeah,
Trying
he'll
to
be
spend- I'm trying to spend this in a good way. We'll get the
Spend
negative
this.
when we turn the page.
So he'll be a 52,686
That was a
at
very
City Hall.
small, limited, feel-good moment.
Get him what you can.
The only thing over is medical.
Part-time, we raised 12,000. 11,700.
So that's the one I'm removing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Right.
there's
Sorry.
no other one. The only other thing was 25,000, line item number that's medical.
300.
Yes.
Is that true, medical cost?
Unfortunately, that's
Does that
actually
include-
that's scrub prices too.
Is a lot of that healthcare?
It's dental, it's healthcare, it's any type of ER visit that we have to have submitted, and then
Is it
And
mental
they
care?
bill scrub, huh?
Mental care?
No.
Okay.
mental health is provided by QCC. So, yes, it is.
That's
I mean, it's part of the
full
contract.
18,000
So, I mean, it's,
and change
yeah,
a
it's included in our medical contract of so many hours. And then we have an ISA grant that also supplements hourly rates for Medicare, for mental patients, mental care, mental appointments, counseling, one-on-one, things like that for inmates. So that's part of QCC. So that'd be part of your base price of the medical.
Well, I know the mental care is increasing, so I figured it had to be in there.
Yeah, it's just, that would be considered part of the base plus the ISA grant. But scripts and meds, we figured around 30,000 dental monthly. Our monthly dental is somewhere around, I think our vendor's 25, 24.
$2,500 per visit.
Yeah, so what we do is we do that once a month. Depending, we might have 10 to 12 to go, we might have 8. A lot of times we have 10 that are scheduled and 4 will actually do the visit. So it really kind of screws us when they don't show up because we're paying more per person that way. But that's how the mobile dentistry is. QCC does not offer dental in their contract, so it is, well, no,
They
QCC
provide
has their own
those,
dental,
yeah.
I'm sorry, the other ones don't. We've looked at another healthcare plan to see how comparable they are, so.
And part of that contract, they pay the first $15,000 of external care costs, like hospital, x-ray, things like that. And then after that, they reprice everything and it covers the first $15,000 after repricing.
And they charge us now to reprice and scrub.
Yeah.
There's a percentage fee now. So if you went to the hospital and you had some type, they had your appendix out, it was $35,000, they would take it and they call it scrubbing. They'd send it back and they would agree to a price of, and they do a good job. I mean, it's, yeah, you might take a $30,000 bill and take it down to $4,000, $5,000. So it is worth it. We used to see that whole result, but now they're taking, whatever they get scrubbed, now they're taking a percentage fee of that, and that's their administrative fee for scrubbing. So kind of lost that in kind of the contract era, so. But that's where we're at, 225 roughly on a base, 30,000 in scripts, meds, and dental's 25 monthly, so. I think that's pretty much, besides mainly getting removed, that's pretty much how we low it. Unless somebody has something else, but that's all the red ink I have. Overtime's an issue. We know
didn't
that,
ask for more and lower.
we knew that there was, but we have one that's in there, and that's a female situation, again, kind of like I explained earlier. She's paid on low instead of jail, so that's why some of that's short and low and overtime. Most of that's for a jail employee because she's listed in low.
What's the next page you're looking at, please?
The rest of his
Welcome to,
are smaller.
911,
Yeah.
yeah, with 911, then we have the opioid grant fund, if you guys want to review that, but that's all grant funded, so there was a few changes in that we saw with our first year. We can go over that, and 911 is what we have left besides perpetual funding.
Let's look at 911, please. I believe it's the next to last page in that section.
On 1222.
It's the very next to that. Keep going back. It's right.
I don't think I have that page.
You have it over in the next
towards the front, Jim?
Next tab.
Okay.
Next tab.
If you've got a tab, look at your tabs. Mine looks set up different. I probably have that.
Oh, right here.
Was that one there? You got a tab, I didn't have a tab.
Yeah, that was the biggest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there.
Any questions or concerns on the 911, please? Any questions for Jason?
You talked to me about the overtime from 15,000 to 22,000.
Are you, what's causing the overtime?
Vacations. We were short one, weren't we, for,
We were short.
and we're still short one now. We were short, yeah, we had 3 in training at one time.
And that's a direct reflection of the people that are being paid out of this fund as far as the overtime in that account.
Yeah.
It's not for everybody, all dispatchers.
No, it's
Yeah.
split, because we still, yeah,
Just because of being short, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
we had 3 in training at one time. Same as, well, then that's gonna reflect your holiday pay. So 15 to 22 on your overtime.
So are you still short?
One.
We have interviews tomorrow.
So that may not be needed.
We'll see.
Well, let's hope, maybe if you're fully, maybe if you're fully
Can't say
staffed,
that in
you
jail, but-
you won't need all that, but
And I work a lot too, to cover.
as soon as you say fully staffed, then somebody leaves.
Exactly.
The last one, the jail lasted 48 hours.
Oh,
You should have not made them work that long of a shift.
You gotta throw them in the fire first.
I would have left after 48 hours also.
Part-time, which they covered. We did have our part-time, our full-time person go back to part-time. We left that open for that reason. With her family and her own business, it didn't work out. She gave it almost about 8 months, 10 months.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't work out with home life, with the shift her husband had. What she was working, she was on seconds, and then they had a small child, plus she runs a business. She wanted to go full-time, she's got a lot of passion for the job, however, life just wouldn't let it go. So she lasted for a while, so she is back to a part-time basis. So the part-time money will be used a lot more than what it was. We left it there for the reason because we weren't sure how it was gonna work out. And that's why we left the part-time there, so we did have a fallback on her. So hopefully we get this person hired, we get somebody hired tomorrow and get them trained, and then when that part-time person can start filling in and not work as many hours, so. But there is a call for that. She's back from full-time to part-time, so. That's why it shows we didn't use any until now. You'll probably see some now out of that budget line item. That's why it's 0 as of March 13th when that report was done, when we did our first report, because that part-time line item was empty as a personnel in there.
Equipment repair and maintenance at 25,000.
Those are maintenance contracts. That includes our radio, that includes our CAD system, our phone system for 911. I pay a portion of the pictometry maintenance that the county has because obviously we use the mapping as well.
That's an
And
annual,
the report.
annual renewal and the cost is going up.
Yeah, yep.
Under the replace upgrade computers, you didn't get new computers when the jail opened? Did you bring over old ones?
We brought a lot of old ones over.
So they're
We didn't
outdated
replace
already?
ones. We didn't go out and budget buy new ones.
Okay.
There's some that we did have to replace, well, they came with the new
Yeah.
CAD system.
Yeah.
But like in booking, we had to have some in place because both booking centers had to be run at the same time, so that we replaced 4 there out of there. We used funds out of the sexual violent offender fund. We used those to replace some of the computers up front for the girls because that is allowed because they're the ones doing computer management and things like that and taking those fees in and registering those folks. So we were able to use those fees to replace some computers. So we didn't necessarily use this one on that one, but we went and used funding from somewhere else that's allowed by statute to replace some computers.
So you still need more replaced, or they
We
periodically?
just go on a
replace?
cycle whenever, you know, they're on that cycle.
So like
when-
every 3 years, I'm just making this up.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like every 3 years? you
Whatever the
replace.
IT
Okay.
people have,
Okay.
or unless, well, Janelle's just broke one day.
And like monitors and battery backups and things like that.
Yeah,
Are
Okay.
constantly,
All right.
yeah.
So,
Jason, you got the sheriff cars in your bid budget,
the what?
the sheriff cars? Are you asked for new ones?
No, sheriff car comes out of commissioners.
Okay,
QCAP.
Still, same way.
same way.
Yep.
I didn't know if you put it back in there as well.
No, nope, it's still on commissioner's side.
And then what was the last category to speak on, please?
Just your opioid fund, which is grant funded by the opioid funds.
Back under the first tab, it's Fund
That would be the
1238.
JCAP position and like some of her equipment maintenance stuff.
There's really nothing significant there.
No.
Any other questions for Jason, please? Jason, if we call you, if you get an email from Tiffany to cut 10%, where are you gonna cut it from? I don't expect an answer, just.
I have no
start-
idea.
You can start thinking about it.
Trash.
Jody's paying more attention to that question than you are, I'm sure.
Who?
Jody.
The reason why we have these figures, Jody.
Exactly. You don't think I do any of this, do you? Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
See ya.
There's 3 pages that are gonna be coming down to you to be added into probation. The first page, they'll all be individual, so just take one of each pile. I'm sorry.
Thanks, you, Jimmy.
Good work.
The rest of the day. Yeah. It'll be long for you.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Ed, give us just a minute, please.
Yeah, no, take your time. I just appreciate you letting me sit up here. It's my 13-year-old daughter sitting behind me in the car today told me I was thinning up top, so get away from that camera.
Yeah, I gave him one.
Okay.
I gave him, I pulled one and got ahead of myself. Usually is.
Is this replacing or adding, Tiffany?
It's
You are replacing the 2 actual budget sheets, and then we just set up an additional
Okay.
page for you after some recent news they received. And the one is actually adding, we didn't have a budget for the 2,000 fund. We had to create one.
Okay.
And due to the interest of time.
This is a new one,
I'm gonna,
Davey.
Probably
It's
keep
not-
moving here rather than wait for Nick, 'cause I'm not quite sure why you left the room. So, Ed, if you want to jump in, go right ahead. Please.
Yeah, absolutely. So the budget presented in front of you today is, open
I
that.
think
Yeah,
it's locked on.
it's probably next, probably next.
Yeah, it's locked on our side.
It doesn't lock on the other side, though, does it?
Maybe, just kidding.
Okay, so the budget presented to you guys right now shows the probation officer salary schedule according to the Indiana Judicial Conference. It's a 0% increase from last year, which was the same for 2026. The only increases involved in that are the mandatory ones, 4 years of experience or education. The most of the other line items, as you'll see, it's a 0% increase, so pretty standard there. The elephant in the room obviously has to do with the massive and complete total cut of funding from the Indiana Department of Corrections through the Justice Reinvestment Grant. I know Paula's here as well too. She's going to be discussing it, as it's greatly impacted her as well today too. And I do want to say first and foremost that our comments from the director with the Indiana Department of Corrections said that this was not merit-based. In fact, most of our performance metrics have met or exceeded the entire time that we've had this grant. Our fate, as far as the cutting of the grant, is the same as 14 other counties throughout the entire state. And the ones that did receive funding, which were 16 more, were drastically cut to the point where they're going to be in the same position as me with the same asks.
So you'll notice in your book, he is referencing the grant fund. So that would be in your book 9311. All of those figures are gone. They are funding nothing. So that has gone out the window. We had to remove and make some adjustments to add to county gen. So the 9311 you can pull because they are funding 0.
And then as Tiffany had indicated before, the Fund 2000 is my administrative probation fees collected. As a rough estimate, we thought it'd be safe. I'd be more than willing to transfer over 10,000 to kind of help offset some of that cut towards one of their salaries.
We were looking at 201,000 for your department total.
I'm sorry, what's that?
What's the total shortcoming that you're gonna have because of these lack of funds? Is it 201,000 or is that just part of it?
It looks like approximately the difference is going to be 103,826. So the difference between last year.
When they input these, they never know how much they're gonna get. So we had put in 201,000 is what was requested with the
Gotcha.
9311, but we didn't know, obviously, the year prior, they only did like 103,000, so.
Where is the 9311?
It's in the
already
same,
out?
no, it's in there, it's probably your last fund.
Thank you.
Do you have it?
Yeah, we didn't receive the notification of the grant cut until June 26th.
Do they provide you with any explanation on tax dollars that Whitley County residents are paying into the state? And these are ultimately all tax dollars, right?
Yeah.
So why isn't Whitley County getting their allotment of tax dollars that we've gotten in the past? Because our tax rates haven't went down for the citizens that are being taxed.
I agree, same here. Your frustrations are met with my own. In
But
fact,
you being affected by this directly and getting this memorandum, did you follow up or was there any explanation to you that you could enlighten us with?
yeah, so Paula and I, we listened to the entire JRAC, the state JRAC committee. As you can imagine, there was a lot of tension in that room. Many were indicating that in regards to this $2 million statewide cut for probation, the state's gonna end up spending $9 million just to house these individuals that won't be in the local community. So it wasn't an easy decision based on their end either. I think a lot of the funding, if I heard it correctly, is being maintained within the DOC, which is quite honestly incredibly frustrating because, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware or not, the Indiana Department of Corrections has adapted this policy for progressive time cuts. So you don't have to complete an entire program before you can get out earlier. So in other words, it used to be complete this, you get a 60-day time cut. Now, based on your progression, you can get out earlier. Just this last week, I sent to my assistant chief 3 different individuals from the Department of Corrections because of these progressive time cuts. that are gonna be getting out a year, if not years earlier. And then where do they go? Right here. So they're receiving the funding, and we're supervising more than ever before. So, as far as my understanding, that's where they're funneling the money right now. Do I think that's gonna work? No, and again, I don't wanna speak for everything, because I think Paul has even got a handout in regards to it. There's a lot of lobbying right now to take the Indiana Department of Corrections, the state, them being kind of the funding source, determining factor of where the funds go, picking that up and moving that over to the Indiana Criminal Justice Institute, which is much more community supervision based. So when you had asked earlier, and I forget which judge it was, if this was a temporary thing, our hopes and our belief is that yes, because even in that JRAC committee, they understand that this is gonna have a massive blowback. So whether it's the Popeye organization or the lobbyists with community corrections, there's great attempts right now to move that funding source out of the DOC, who obviously has a vested interest in it.
But DOC is obviously making this decision right now, so they can use it for XYZ. So they're not gonna just say, yeah, go ahead and take that portion and let somebody else distribute it. How's that gonna work?
Yes, they are. They're fine with it. They don't want it.
They're fine with,
They don't want they don't want to administer this grant. They don't want anything to do with community corrections. The head of the Indiana Criminal Justice Institute's already met with the governor's office, the state budget agency. They're not gonna get any pushback. The commissioners just said, no offense to community corrections. My focus is prisons. So what they're doing is rewriting the legislation so that this pot of money, and we're going for the total appropriation again, not what they awarded this year or what they awarded last year, which was a cut as well. We want that full pot of money and possibly more. It'll be shipped to under the Indiana Criminal Justice Institute. Part of the staff that's involved in supervising and assisting all of us will move to that agency as well. There's no pushback at the state level to move this money as far as the DOC.
so what do we need to do to ensure that this isn't a one-year thing, that we don't continue to get screwed on this and have to come up? Because I look at this as the same way that the justice system did when they sent all level 6s back to county supervision and loaded our jails, and that's essentially a big part of the reason why we had to build a new jail as quickly as we did.
Exactly
And
what you said at the, what's the meeting called, I think you directed to me when I asked what could we do, or asked what, is there someone representing council at the state level? We've got to get with our legislators, and they're also identifying, we know who will sponsor us, but we need to get to all the lawmakers, because they have no idea, they were not well informed as far as the impact of this. Like Ed said, it's gonna cost taxpayers a heck of a lot more than what they think the saving is by cutting, because we're gonna pay at local level, we're gonna pay at the state level, and I might as well answer this now. Thor, what they did tell me in my meeting, as far as the only thing they could go is they went back to this old formula that was developed 40 years ago, which was strictly on awarding money based on your census. So that's how they cut us, is because they look at Whitley County, we've been supporting, your community-based supervision for almost 40 years. So you're only a population of 30 plus, so they look at it as 110,000 over funding, which is not true. It's always been based on our performance. We've had to comply with so many reportings and on-site assessments, and we've always scored high. And so now they just went back to, and when they met, they said, we're sorry, it's nothing to do with performance, it's strictly now based on your census.
But our
For this year.
constituents, and our constituents aren't seeing their tax bills go down.
No.
So that money is still coming out of Whitley County. Why is it not coming back to us?
They're going to the prisons this year, it's going to the prisons.
So that's what we tell people then, right?
Which
That's
they
the
can't
answer.
staff, or they can't staff, so they can't fill those beds because they can't staff the beds.
We did a tour of Miami Correctional, and they tried to recruit half my staff. Paul's not kidding.
And they can't afford to pay the counties that are housing them. 1 year, they were almost a year behind reimbursing counties for housing inmates for DOC. It's just, I won't say what it is, but it's gonna come full circle. I totally believe, and they're gonna need us more than they ever have next year, because I don't know what they're gonna do with all these people when they can't, and there's so many lawsuits because they can't properly care. There's so many you know, people being injured and they're using illegally the entire time they're there. So it's just, you know, us sending someone to prison is really scary right now, you know, like what they're gonna come back because of the lack of supervision, the lack of services that are being provided. They're coming back to our community, and we like living here for a reason. So I don't wanna jeopardize that, I don't think any of you do either. And shame on the state. Sorry.
But there are those that seem, there was a cut last year and it drew attention. This obviously is nuclear. So there is a lot more action rather than just attention this year. And so our hopes are, kind of like Paula said, is that we get fully funded in the future, because we should.
So with that, we had to add into the county gen those 2 positions, so you'll see those increases. I spoke with Angela about the insurance side of it, and like a Medicare perf, obviously we can't take that anymore out of the grant as well. They asked for a slight increase in commissioners, so I'll just forewarn you now, we didn't add any more because we don't know how big this impact is gonna be, but there may need to be commissioners coming forward for an additional appropriation for extra, whether it's insurance, FICA, any of that. So it's all potential impacts we're not sure of. So but we ended up moving these into county gen, so you'll see those positions in there.
And whether those particular things affect our budget that we put together or not, they're definitely going to affect what comes back into county general from what the commissioners would have had in their budget to put that back in. So either way, it's gonna be a loss for us out of county general. I mean, it's gonna be a big loss for us out of county general. What do we have in county general right now? That both spoken and unspoken for?
We have just shy of 8 billion right now, and there's still 4.6 that we have budgeted. Now keep in mind, every month we get more money in, but.
So we're running probably at a $4 million cushion, which is not very much money. No. With inflation and where we're at, it's not very much money.
Does that include the rainy day fund?
No, that's separate.
That doesn't include any of the treasurer's investments either, does it?
Yes.
It does?
Yeah, we receive those monies in monthly.
Okay.
That includes her principal that's invested too, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And rainy day is 6.2 million.
I'm glad we put money in rainy day the last couple of years. Go ahead.
I mean, that's the elephant. That's my ask. Say, outside of that, if you guys have any other questions, I can sit up here and talk till I'm blue in the face about probation.
And I'll address, Paul's sitting right here too. I mean, if we don't find a way to cover this, then that means a dramatic loss of services at the county level. And that's going to compound itself because you're gonna have more people you need to provide services for. So then that puts us in a position, like we've already talked about. Do we as a county wanna be just trying to maintain the lowest standard that we have to do what we have to do, or do we wanna keep providing these services because we want Whitley County to be better?
My argument.
It's rhetorical.
101.
But yeah.
This is a public safety program that's tried and true. We've cut our technical revocations in half in the last 3 years. We're putting less people in jail. The day the email came out with this cut, my staff was out doing night home visits. So to not negatively impact our first shifters, but still make their contacts. Like, they're out there putting their lives on the line, doing their job while having their funding cut. And they'll continue to do so. So again, I won't just belabor it, but I'll just ask for your support in that, because a cut in these funds or a cut in those positions would make a massive impact in public safety. I would argue a crisis.
And I agree, and you might not see that crisis in the first year, but you're gonna see it in year 5, 6, and 7 for sure, just because of the way things will be trending with the people that aren't getting services.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Ed, please?
Does your probation contain itself in Whitley County, or are we spreading our resources out?
We're everywhere. So we collaborate with multiple different stakeholders, whether that be Allendale and Auburn, Fort Wayne Recovery. So we don't have a lot of resources here available as far as like intensive inpatients. So we work with them, but we also work with adjacent counties, because at approximately any point in time, half of our active caseload are transfer outs. So that's not like, send them, you're done with it. We still maintain jurisdiction in those cases. So as far as any violations, we have to work with these adjacent counties to try to appropriately figure out what's best to make this person whole, so they're not back in our jail. So there's even some counties, and as Judge Fall had indicated earlier, we are unique here. We will go and we'll do some home visits in some of our adjacent counties who have probation departments that just don't do that. And so, again, kind of just very proud to work for a probation department where if you're on probation here, it means something. It's not just a way to collect fees from somebody. It's not a way to make it feel good. But if you're on probation here, we're going to check on you at your job. We're going to check on you at your house. We're going to know what you drive, where you work, and probably the name of your cat. So that level of service can only be maintained if we maintain these positions and these funds.
And they took away merit-based.
We don't get necessarily any merit. It's just based on years of experience. So, and when that comes out, I always just ask for the bare minimum.
Anything else for Ed, please? Thank you, Ed.
Thank you guys for your time and your consideration.
Where you going?
Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll start back up at 10 o'clock, please.
No,
Kim didn't like that.
you get your coffee cup.
gonna skip forward to veteran services, please.
Good morning. So, this year there's not really a whole lot new with my budget. There was one thing, we did cut out the supply line item that was on there, but we moved it to the 38000 line, which is gonna be for dues and subscriptions, which most of that comes out as the VetRespect software that Cindy uses. We do have two accounts. One is paid for by the state for me, but we have that second one for her to be able to access veterans if need be. But all in all, there's really no changes to most of my line items there. Pretty simple. Unless you guys got questions, I got a little budget.
Any questions for Josh, please?
I don't have any.
None.
Thank you, Mayor. very
Thank
much,
you.
Josh.
Have fun at your meeting.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it'll be good.
Nadine, thank you for being so patient.
Well, when I called yesterday, they said, oh, everything always runs real smooth.
Because I said that.
I was gonna come dressed in rags to show you how much I needed the money, and I was suggested that, no, that's not to do that. So anyway, mine is pretty simple. I didn't put down, you guys are gonna decide my salary, so there's no reason for me to put down a figure. You know, I can dream all I want. It'll just depend on what you guys wanna do. I think the only thing I increased was John's contracted position, because he's older too. Sometime he's gonna retire, he's gonna quit, I have no idea when. Kinda like me, he'll keep working until, but, you know, we need to try to get that salary, so it's something that would entice somebody else to come in. For you that don't know what the contracted position is, he works with the city on stormwater. He also helps me in the office, field days and things like that. And last year his salary had been $39,741.31. So if you've always wondered what we paid him, so the $16,000 would be going toward that. We bill the city for the work that he does for them, and then some of it comes out of the money that the district still has left that we've earned over the years, so.
Where does the other portion of his salary come from, please?
Okay, it comes from the contract we have with the city. He bills the city for the work he does for them. And then the money we get from you guys, and then what isn't, if it doesn't all come to what we've, then it comes out of the district's money, which is like sure decreasing down and down and down. So, cause you'd asked us to spend down as far as we could, and, I think it was like 40-some thousand we're at right now. And the only thing that, like all my supplies and things like that, like paper envelopes and all that kind of stuff, computer and everything like that is through the NRCS. The federal government pays for all that stuff, because I always whine and fuss around so that they feel guilty and doing, I usually get a used computer that NRCS has had, and the same with John. So the only thing as the district has to pay for is their postage. You can't use the federal postage. So, any questions or anything?
We appreciate what you're doing. It goes unseen a lot of times. It's not a glamorous.
No, it's not.
It's not a glamorous section of our county, but it's vital to a lot of
Yeah.
people. We appreciate that.
And the day camp that I always do, the first Tuesday in August, that's kind of self-supporting. At one time period, it had been a week-long camp, and they'd made money at it when it was up in LaGrange County, and then that property sold, and then you couldn't get as many kids to come to an unair-conditioned facility, you know, a little spoiled. But the day camp usually goes really well. I usually have about 50 kids, and so I usually solicit different businesses and stuff to donate toward that. So that doesn't come out of this money. It's a whole little separate checking account and stuff like that. So it's not in this, in case anybody's curious about that.
How many kids did you have?
I usually, last year we had 52. We're gonna cut it off at 50, because that's, that's about what we can handle. I mean, more than that, it's a little, because by the time they get to shoot a shotgun in the first, a shotgun, they get to do archery, they get to build a birdhouse, and then they also get to go down to the lake and study about the microvertebrates that's in the water. And then I have Mark's Art come with different animals for them to touch and feel and look at. And then the last part of the day, they go swimming. So 50 is about what we can handle.
When I was in high school, I used to be a counselor for that.
Oh, out.
When they had their week-long or several
The
days.
week-long one, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It
So,
was fun.
mm-hmm. So.
You like shooting shotguns
Yeah, that's.
back then when you
I'm a good shooter.
Don't want to get her mad at you.
All three of my daughters were Annie Oakley.
Oh.
I taught them.
So, anything else?
Any questions, please?
Nope.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, if you would just have a little bit more patience with us, I'm gonna go ahead and do Aaron and just get him moving, please. Thank you. We're gonna switch, or we're gonna jump, the clerk and go to the museum, please.
Makes it a little more difficult.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
Right, next one.
Is it? Okay.
Should be mine
Yep. Did you guys have the capsule stuff moved over yet? The time capsule?
We have it there at the museum. The bad thing is the water that got into it, there's a lot of mold and mildew, so we're handling that. It's not like, the sun is a good option for the papers and that, but it's not like you can set the capsule outside in the sun without people coming by and like, why is the capsule
Yeah.
not being taken care of? So we're trying to delicately handle it, so and get it taken care of, at least scan everything, so.
Aaron, anything you wanna talk about as far as with your budget and, I know you've got a letter if you wanna go into, just, you don't need to read it, but just briefly,
Hit the
yeah,
points on
go
it.
right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, most everything's pretty much the same, just basic increases. Supplies and preservation, that was the main thing. We would like to keep as much of that as possible because our supplies aren't covered in the supply room here. They're preservation archival supplies. Unfortunately, when you put the archival word there, they're more expensive as well. But we do try to use Amazon a lot more. You can get them cheaper from the same companies, fortunately. And the other category was telephone, internet, and security. And I don't know if I put it on the sheet, but I just wanted to mention that our alarm system is pretty outdated, but it still works and it's still functional. So we're going to try to continue and maybe bring it up at next year's budget time if it's still functional. And we've only had to replace one of the sensors so far, so and that was only a couple $100. So if we can milk it out a couple more years, I'd like to do that because it's been sufficient for us. So, but other than that, that's pretty much all I got. If you got questions or anything about the supplies or anything.
Any questions for Aaron?
How's the
Good,
house
Aaron, we
coming?
appreciate it.
It's coming. The porch is being worked on now. Unfortunately, they messed up and didn't support the underneath, so they had to pull it all back out and redo it. Maintenance was helping out with some of the concrete work underneath and stuff, but it's
There's a lot
coming
of
along
wood
right
now.
now. Yeah, and it's looking really good now. They insulated up underneath the house to help with heating and cooling
Good.
as well and stuff. So, but yeah, we expect that to be done here soon, hopefully.
Okay, good.
We appreciate everything you're doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you all.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, Cindy, thank you.
First of all, I want to say I'm so glad this is my last budget that I have to present.
Well, it's not.
That I have to present. But anyway, couple of things I wanted to point out. My election budget, which is the 122, it's going to be a lot lower next year because it's a municipal election.
Sorry,
No,
they
it's
had the 0101 first.
Oh, okay. I just wanted you to be aware that it is lower. It is statute that when we run the election for the city, that they do have to pay back direct costs. So maybe not election board or the maintenance for microvote, but I'm talking like the absentee board, the actual poll workers, the training. So when the election is over, then they have to pay that back, so.
Which line item is this? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Pretty much that entire page.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the second page, the location 0122.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, so that will help out with that. Just wanted to let you know that. I guess if you don't have any questions about the election budget, I can go on to the other budget.
Yes, let's go back to the clerk's budget.
Okay, all right, so on the clerk's budget, we were informed that we needed to take the supply item out, so we took that out. We did raise a few of the other items, like printing, because of the costs keep going up. Also, with the new clerk coming on, we're gonna have to order all new checks, all new everything that we'll have to purchase out of the printing. So it could be quite costly when someone new comes in. So, and then as far as the salaries, I left the salaries the same, and I'll just let you decide then what it should be for each person based on what the county is doing. Of course, I put clerk new and chief deputy new because I wanted to make sure before, when I did this, I didn't know if Jessica was gonna have an opponent, so that's why I just put new. And then the voter registration deputy will be on hold. It could be that the chief deputy will be performing that position, but I don't know what she has planned. And also, I wanted to let you know, Jessica went over this budget with me because I wanted her to be aware and to kind of tell me what she wants to do. So she's just on vacation this week. Another thing I wanted to bring, which I hate to do this, but the file management clerk, for the past, okay, that position, I know it's been a long time ago, but was hired under the commissioners years ago. HR was file manager's supervisor. And when there was a switch with HR people, they asked me, can she just be under you? Everything will be paid for. All you have to do is supervisor. It's just we don't have the time, and since she has a lot of your records. And I said, no problem. So the previous clerk before me and myself, we have been helping out with the document storage. That is not county general. It's my perpetuation fund for court records. And I counted the last 8 years, I've actually contributed about $100,000 to her wages. But at conference, State Board of Accounts talked about this, about what this can be used for. So, and I just got an email from them today, and basically it can be used for the preservation of records, the improvement of record-keeping systems or equipment, or the operation of a case management system. So because she works does things for the whole county, I can't cover that cost anymore. So what I did was, with my perpetuation fund, I raised some other items that I can help pay for. Like I can help pay for file folders, I can help pay for things like that, but I can't pay her salary. So that's why you're gonna see an increase coming out of my clerk budget at $20 an hour and what it would equal. So I just wanted you aware of that.
So you're saying that the file clerk needs to go in with,
County general.
Yeah.
And in the past, it's been like maybe 15,000 from my perpetuation fund, 15,000 from county general, but I thought, okay, I have an abundance of money, I'll just do her salary last year. But evidently that wasn't maybe the right thing to do, so, we just need to correct that. And,
Well, it's all coming out of county general, so it's gotta go into a line item someplace. So what would be the appropriate line item to put the entire thing in,
That is the entire for this next year.
in your budget?
yeah, in the budget, it just wouldn't be out of that certain fund that I've been funding it out of, part
it
of it.
wouldn't be in your budget.
It'd be in the budget, but it just
It's
wouldn't be out.
The 4202 is one of her budgets a little farther back. That's the one that it was taken out of
Yeah.
for this year. So she just moved from that
Yeah,
back to county
yeah.
gen.
But then I raised some of my other items in there so I can help fund things that is for the preservation of records.
But Cindy, you have no way of funding this? I
No.
mean, no way to
No.
help fund it?
I can talk to State Board of Accounts again, just to see what exactly, because the thing is, she does everything, like, they said her retrieving a file, her bringing files over, her, in the back room managing that, doesn't justify that she gets paid from that. It would be like, maybe if all she did was, how can I say it, destroy records, or preserving, or like say she was scanning, well, she doesn't have a scanner, she doesn't scan records. But with this, I think there was a balance of like 170,000 in that fund, or 169 something you had told me a couple weeks ago or a month ago.
Which would just be absorbed back into county general?
No.
For that is a non-reverting fund, so
Oh.
it'll just stay.
So, but in the
What would
future,
it be used for?
well, a lot of clerks are going to digitizing records. And then it's a more efficient way for people to be able, the public to get records. And of course, I kind of looked into it one time, and then I thought, Jessica, you can look into it. But a lot of clerks are doing that. So, with title people, researchers, because right now what we do is we have to get a hold of Mary, and then Mary brings a file over. Some of it's still kind of old school. We were trying to scan everything, and then our court management system there at the conference, they said, no, you can't do that. You're gonna take all those, what do you call it? I'm not computer literate, but all that space up. And it wasn't made for scanning all back files. And we were starting to do that, so we're not doing that anymore. But anyway, this is something that can be used for.
Can it be used for the voting machine?
No.
And there's
No.
170,000 in the document storage.
Yeah, it's very limited. It's very limited what you can use it for.
Where does that money come from to bring the document storage?
It's when people pay their fines and costs when they have a court record. It's for the preservation of court records. Court. That's the
So you can only use it for court documents?
court.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
At
So-
the current rate of expenditure, how long would it take to spend $170,000 if no money ever came into it again, which is going to, of course?
It's gonna come in. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't figured that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Cindy? Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
All right,
Thanks, Cindy.
thank you. Thank you, guys.
One thing we need to remember on the clerk's department is those voting machines we have to replace by 2028. And that was 247.
Yeah, well, actually, we're probably gonna be bringing that back, because Microvote has another quote and whatever. Yeah,
Does it look like that's gonna hold, or will that?
it looks like it's gonna hold.
Okay.
but I don't know if they'll have some creative financing or
Okay, so
something
we just need to
creative.
keep that in mind, that
Yeah.
that's coming too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Ryan, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Still morning?
It is. Back to pretty close to on schedule, so I'll try to be short so we can keep on time here. Not a lot of changes. The major change in my budget for 2027 is moving, or actually removing 4176, which to my understanding was created by my predecessor. And I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know if Tiffany has
That
ever.
was before my time, so
Okay.
I'm not sure why. I think
What
it
number
actually
is
may
it?
have
It was
been-
4176. And
It's
there's,
not gonna be in your book, cause they're
Okay.
doing away with
It's-
it.
it's
I think
gone,
back
so-
before they had your
not in my book
1176
anyway.
and your sub-fund 1173, I think he was trying to get ahead of it
What?
and created that for
Okay.
partial and then.
and it just seems to create more
After
problems than
We
it
skipped
solves.
I think it
Go
was
backwards.
part of like the state had said that's what we were supposed to do, and then they changed their minds and.
Okay. So anyways, we've eliminated that and combined and moved those accounts over to the 1176 to kind of streamline things.
The museum.
I guess I better wait for them to get on the same page.
Right there, just more, I think to go another page, and right here.
You do know that? Okay, thank you.
There it is.
Appreciate that.
1176.
Glad you explained that to me.
All right. So now I'm gonna, does anybody have any questions on eliminating 4176 and moving those funds or accounts into 1176? Some of them were combined with other like accounts, actually with the same numbers, just under a different fund. Others were just moved over.
What was that account for? I mean,
That's a good question.
don't know.
It was a move done, do you know if it was done by Brandon or if it
Brandon
was
did that,
Stacy?
yeah.
Or Stacy?
Katie, it was
Katie.
Brandon, yeah.
But that's been eliminated and there's no need for it. All those funds or accounts have been moved over to 1176 and that'll help keep things a little cleaner in the budget.
And I know Denise reached out several times to State Board of Accounts to make sure that they were doing everything
Yep.
correctly, and they stated just spend down your 4176 and just don't budget for it. So they're gonna spend everything that's in the 4176, and then moving forward, it's gonna come out of that 1176.
And then as far as amounts, backing up to 1169 local roads and streets, the majority of increase in my requested budget is with and for sodium and calcium chloride. Sodium chloride obviously is the winter salt that we blend with sand and stretch it as far as we can. The last 2 winters have been pretty tough on our salt and sand, and this sodium chloride has actually gone up over the last couple of years. So we need to increase that amount by about 30,000. Again, calcium chloride has gone up. That's our dust control that we apply every spring in the county on our gravel and dirt roads. That's increased by 5,000. You'll notice mechanic overtime increased by $1,500. That is also covers foreman and assistant foreman as well as both mechanics overtime. That's all wintertime operations when they come in, or when we all come in to cover the snow. Seems like it always snows on a Friday night or Saturday morning, so that's to cover that. Another addition would be the 11510 under 1176, which says part-time truck driver. That is actually to cover our part-time mower in the summer. He works typically mid-May through end of September. That account needs to be added every year I've been here. We've had to appropriate money to pay his salary or his wages. So I want to avoid having to come back and ask for that money and just have it ready to go. Nominal increase in longevity, just to cover guys that are going to be moving up a couple levels or a level. Uniforms have gone up $3,000 through Cintas. We have looked at other suppliers, but Cintas has been extremely reliable, and there's really not a lot of cost difference between the different vendors for uniforms.
Have you tried Landman?
I believe we did get a quote from them. Utilities, like I've heard other departments talk about the utilities and how utilities have gone up. We've added another $1,500 there just to cover our bases. Printing and advertising would be the only other minor increase of $500. So that's kind of the budget recap for the highway department. Is there any questions I can answer?
What do you have a price for salt yet this year?
Haven't seen it yet. We've just spoken for how much we're going to need. They haven't given us a dollar amount yet per ton.
Did you get it all delivered at once, or did they just guarantee that much for you and you ordered it as you need it?
Order as we need it, but typically we'll start ordering in January. We've got a pretty decent supply now left over from last year. They did run out. We got our 100%, but we're able to take 120% of what we speak for in June, which seems silly. You have to forecast the winter in 6 months ahead of time, but it is what it is. So we have some left over. We've requested 1,500 tons for 27. So we can go either 80%, 100%, or anywhere between 80 and 120% of that. So we should have plenty of salt unless we have another crazy snowy, icy winter. But I can let you know on the pricing as soon as I see it.
I was just curious. I know what I pay. I was just curious.
Hopefully we pay a lot less than you do. No? Is yours treated salt?
Yep.
So we get the standard salt.
Any questions for Ryan?
Your 21002, the stone and gravel.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly is that used for, and do you know how much, Tiffany, can you tell us how much they've used this year?
Are you looking in the 1176?
Yes. Yes, the 1176, sorry.
Okay.
So it looks like 25, 148 was spent. 26 was a $300,000 budget. 27 is the same budget. I'm just curious. I mean, if we're gonna have to cut, where we can cut from?
Why do we have stone and gravel in two?
Yeah, it's in two places.
So stone and gravel out of the 1176 is spent 106,775.
It's also in 1169.
It's the very first line item there, 21002.
Is that stone and gravel used for two different specific purposes that needs to be separated?
Well, I believe the 1169 is one of the two of them is we're required to use a certain amount under, I think it's the 1169 account.
We had started with 90, in the 1169, there was originally 98,000 appropriated. It looks like we took 35,000 out of that and moved it down to sodium chloride. So technically 55,000 is the new appropriation, and you spent 12,000 out of the 1169.
So that 21002 could be cut from 90,000 at least in half.
Is the stone and gravel for side road, along the sides of the road, or what do you use it for?
It's used for, it could be 73s for raising up some of the gravel roads. It could be fill when we have to replace culverts and tiles and such under the road. It also includes chip and seal, stone, whether that's 11s or pea gravel. It's basically all the stone that we use. I mean, there's a lot of different piles out there for different uses.
Do you keep stockpile, I'm assuming, or do you buy it as needed?
We stockpile especially for our chip and seal stone, just to make sure we have it on hand when we're running, so we don't run out.
Do you know if we have any projects coming up that next year for chip and seal? I know they do a little bit every year, but
We do. We try to do around 70 miles a year. This year we cut back due to the oil prices. But now the oil's coming back down, we may try to get back up to where we were, but now we're at, I think, 47 miles. So we cut back about 20 to 25 miles.
Okay. One more question. Road signs under the 1176, 26001. 8,162 was spent in 25, budgeted in 26 for 19,000. Tiff, do you know where we're at on that one, please? And then specifically, that's for replacement of like a damaged sign, right?
Replacement or adding, sometimes we have to add signs, yeah.
Okay.
Road signs, 19,000 appropriated, we spent $4,380 so far in 26.
Okay.
But that's not out of county general, is it?
No, none of his funds are
Yeah.
county gen, they're all
So that's not the same as
separate.
Any other questions for Ryan? Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
So these are updates for Paula's and
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take staff.
I believe so. Yes, those are gonna be replacements.
This is Kim's best part of the day.
Just give him another cookie, we'll be all right.
Okay, so I've already went on my soapbox about the cuts, so I won't spend too much time on that. Other than my 2027 budget mirrors my 2026 budget. It's just in different funds, obviously, because of the cut. I do want to reassure you, I'm gonna continue to try to find grants and hopefully maybe meet with, are you guys done with budgets by September or
We
October?
have to have them, we do our public hearing in September, at the beginning is what they're meeting, and then we adopt in October.
So the numbers, though, as far as what you're thinking, my biggest hesitation of offering up more user fees is I'm not sure where you're gonna be at with longevity and any salary increases, which I will have to cover out of user fees. But if in September I meet with Tiffany and she thinks I'm in a good position to possibly offer up more user fees and reduce the burden on county general. Oh my gosh, are you guys trying to look through all my funds? Is that what you're doing?
I'm trying to replace.
Nobody's listening to me then, right?
Yeah,
No,
just.
we are.
Blah, blah, blah.
We try.
We're
We
replacing.
really try, Paul.
Anyways,
Can you start over?
yeah. Anyway, so my hope is, I know this is a big ask, and like I said, we've already I appreciate the judges speaking on our behalf, and Ed and I are united on trying to get through 2027. We do feel like that's gonna be our toughest year, and we understand, the burden that's putting on you guys as well. So we don't take that lightly. We're gonna try to pursue grants, collect user fees. We have a really good, I think we're almost at 89% as far as collections.
Are they still offering grants?
Well, I'm gonna look for other grants. So, if they come available, we'll apply for them, even if they're just small grants. I am super excited. I do participate every Monday on the meeting with the lobbyists in our association as far as rewriting that legislation. So that's really not my strong point, but I'm sure learning a lot about it. And at least I know what's going on, and I can report that back to you. We have a lot of support at the state level, and I think that's gonna increase by moving it to this other agency. But I just wanna reassure you guys, I'm not gonna change my position. I know this is a big ask and a big, at a difficult time with county budgets, but I do feel like it is fiscally responsible to support our local justice model. Me personally, all three of my adult children chose to stay here. They don't understand what I do for a living. They all come from the trade, so I get a lot of you get another hangnail day, so I get that. People don't like to invest in programs that use tax dollars, but it's super important that we do support our local justice model. It's good, it's solid, and we have the right people running the programs, so.
What's your funds you're losing? How much?
I am losing about 154,000.
That's the 3 positions that you're adding.
Yeah. But like I said, if our user fees are strong, like we're gonna be at close to 77 people. And we have 88 beds at our work release facility. Obviously, when we have more people there, our revenue goes up. So I'm not gonna, if we can afford to take on more of these expenses out of user fees, I'm definitely gonna bring that to you and make those adjustments. But until I knew what you were gonna be at with salaries and longevity, last year I think longevity cost me almost $40,000 out of user fees. So we have a lot of people with many years of service, which I'm thankful for.
And you hope that then when this money comes back in, that we won't invent new things to spend it on, we'll just put it back in.
Absolutely not. We have a solid program. I mean, we have a solid justice system. I don't know that we need to add any more services. We just need to be able to sustain what we have and keep the right people in there. So I don't think there's a gap in our system at all.
So if we go into like our surplus in our county general or into our rainy day fund, it's a bandage. And if that money doesn't come back, then we have to look at tough decisions again.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
And alls I can do, when I come to you, I'm gonna advocate for the programs that I represent and support, all the programs I know, but I also understand that you will have to make those tough decisions, and that's not gonna change and the respect I have for all of you, but I'm gonna always be strong advocating for the services provided through our department.
And I want to, I'll let everybody know too that Paula has, I think 4 positions in her department, including her position, which was requested by her to put to put wage freezes on for this next year, which is a savings. It's not going to offset this by any means, but she's got 4 positions that are going to go without a raise at the request of Paula and her department, and one of them is hers.
You may have more than that.
Well, I'm just saying, before we get into that discussion, this is an attempt being made by a department head to preempt even those discussions, and I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. And Nick, I know you've asked a lot of people as far as, my budget does look exactly as far as operating as it did last year. There was no science to that. I just put the same numbers in. So I understand that you would prefer that we kind of look at it, what are the actual expenses and if we need additional. But I also want to say we have a really good internal control system here. I mean, those 2 are reviewing all our claims.
Oh, I know.
And they are great about, and disrespectful, but they call me and say, hey, if there's other ways I should be spending, or should you look at this vendor, they're great about doing that. And then you have the commissioners reviewing all the expenses as well. So I think you should feel comfortable about once you approve that it's being monitored too. Sure. It's not just me putting in the claim and it being rubber stamped, so.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But I will do better at that going forward. Try to come up with a new system.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Questions for Paula? Thank you for the cookies.
You're welcome. Thank you for all you do. And let me know how I can help. What, Kim?
Do you have anybody else checking on grants other than just you?
Julie writes some small ones too, locally too, yeah.
She could check into it too?
Yep.
And see what's out there?
Yep.
That'd be good.
Yeah. And I want you to know, we're also trying to just cross-train some staff and try to reduce that overtime as much as we can. So if our home detention numbers go down, we're gonna have our field officer fill in at in the residential, cover some shifts down there. So we're trying to just cross-train, and you know, the PTO and FMLA and other things. I need to do more of that cross-training so I can keep the essential duties at the level we want them to when people need to be out of the office. So we're working on doing some things like that.
Sounds good, thank you, Paul.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Take care. Are these for me?
Extras, I think.
Oh, okay, I'll take.
Those are your new pages that got replaced.
All right. Take care, guys.
See ya.
Yeah. Ed's here.
It's weird.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see you come in.
I'm sneaking in and out. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good to see everybody. Hope you're enjoying some better weather than we've had lately. My proposed 2027 budget has a few, I would call, significant changes, at least for what we've done over the years. And a few of these I'll go over first. The 2000 supply line, of course, is being removed due to the central office supply program that is coming forth. That took that away. The 3200 postage I removed due to lack of use. We've had it for as long as I can remember, sitting at $100, and the intent for that was if we have to mail anything. The biggest concern now for mailing would be during a disaster, and if that would occur, there would be other resources and disaster funds that would be utilized for that, so I don't think we need to continue with that line. And what I'll get to next, it could also come out of the next one. I also had a 35,000 printing and a 3505 for printing and advertising. That is mainly utilized for, like, we have our required open door policy posts that we have to do every year, and then any other advertising, especially now that we're getting more out into the community. We're going to be utilizing that a little bit more, getting flyers and handouts, because unfortunately the federal government has stopped giving us those things. So what I am requesting is to removing 3505 and just having 35,000, making it one line item instead of two. And then also I'm asking to add a new line item of 38,000 dues and subscription. This was generated after some discussions with not only Tiffany but some of my colleagues, and seeing how it's done, more of a understanding and transparency of where some fundings are coming out of. This was created by maneuvering funding that I'm already using in other lines. So for instance, like our Emergency Management Association of Indiana dues that we pay every year was coming out of the training. I just moved that out of training over. We have other stuff now that we're getting into more of a technological based program. We have apps and subscriptions like Adobe, for instance. We pay a yearly subscription, and by having that in one line item, it's easier to track what is being expended instead of coming under training or operating expenses and stuff like that. I've learned that that is the new standard for my colleagues, and so I thought this would be a good time to do that. Instead of doing it mid-year. Talking to Tiffany, she thought it'd be best just to wait till we submitted our 27 budget. So I'm requesting to add that new line. Overall, by shifting this, I also went through each of the lines as of my responsibility as a department head. I went through and changed a few of the numbers and what was submitted from last year. And my last year's submission, or I should say 2026 submission, this is actually, my 27 is about 2% less at 2,850 that I did not submit this year. Part of me wanted to just copy and paste from last year, but I didn't feel that was right, and there was a few spots like getting rid of some lines or combining that I didn't need to carry that over. One of the printing ones had 100 in there. There was no reason to carry that over to the other. When the one that I had, I think it was 250 in one and 1,000. The 1,000 would carry it, looking at the trend from the previous years of our expenses and what we've unfortunately used or didn't use. And so that is my start of the changes for my 27 budget.
Appreciate you actually being conservative and looking at this and saying what's necessary and what's not. That's refreshing.
One question, go back
Yes, sir.
to line item that you created, the 3,800 or
Yes.
38,000 dues and subscriptions, $7,000. What all will be incorporated in that, and why do you come up with this?
Okay, so Adobe currently is $240 a year, and then we have a program called EM1, which is for planning, making plans, updating plans, and stuff like that. That is $3,100. We have a weather subscription that's $3,300. However, I am working on trying to find grant funding for this. And then it's $400 for the International Association of Emergency Management yearly. We did unfortunately just notice last week when Brandon did his that they went up to $240 instead of $200 a piece. So that's going to have to change next year. But and then EMAI, which I talked about earlier, is $100. And then I think it came out to just under, so it was like $68.50. So I moved it to $7 just to, again, I already noticed there was an increase on the one that will go to $4. I put in here 400, so it goes up to 480 next year. So in 28, that's what I'll be looking at that point. So that's where that number come from. It was only within $100 or $200 of everything that it's going to pay out. That's where that number came from.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Ed, please? Thank you.
Okay, that's my one. I have another one,
Yep.
which would be the 1152 Emergency Planning and Right to Know. That's the LEPC's budget that we are the guardians of. There is nothing changing. We keep and voted to maintain it as we always do. This is not funded from County General. It's funded from the Tier 2 fees that we get from the state of Indiana, as long as we ensure that LEP stays compliant every year. And this was voted to submit when I submitted it by the LEPC. So if there's no questions on that. Okay.
Good. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Kim Erdley, please.
Assessor.
Val?
Good morning.
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 Tiffany supplied yesterday to you some additional things to put in your packets, and I apologize. I had not gone into my county general file and asked her to include this additional page in there for you as well, so it's coming to you late. I apologize for that.
Well, they're just getting their ones today too, so.
All right.
This is
So-
just an addition to. It's not a replacement.
The ones, I separated everything from county gen and reassessment. And the things that are in there for reassessment is just kind of a recap of an email that I sent in March with a rundown of the reassessment funds and where we're looking at and what we're looking at going ahead into 2027 for that. Got an extra one? Oh, that's mine. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
You want one?
Nope. Yeah, I want one.
So, oh, wait, till I take it.
Yeah, go, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, we need a minute.
Sure.
Dusty
It's
today.
good. And between you two, I don't know which one's which.
Yes.
Can we wait?
Yes. Twice a week.
Twice a week?
Yes.
That week doesn't bother you?
No.
Go ahead.
Everybody have everything?
Yep.
If we can start with the one that I have with the 2025 budget and 2026 budget on there. This is kind of a recap of our equipment and program maintenance line item. The 37000 has a $35,000 amount on it, and this is what we pay for all of our Form 11 printing and mailing out of. We pay for that ourselves. That doesn't come from the commissioner's budget or anything. So that's a costly item for us every year, being mandated to obviously mail those Form 11s. And I broke it down for what we paid from 25, and then on that as well, we have another line item on there, the 39001, which has $13,000 in it. And monitoring that with what comes out of that, because I've taken the postage or just the mailing itself for the postage for the Form 11s out of that line item. With what's left out of the 37000, I think it's within reason to eliminate the $13,000 for the 39001, and I'll absorb the mailing postage for the Form 11 mailing out of the 37000 with what's been left in that on a yearly basis. So, thoughts on that?
From now on, or just 1 year, did
No,
you say, Kim?
going forward.
Going forward,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, not absorb the 13,000 into that. I'm saying just to eliminate the 13,000 out of there. We did have an increase in what it cost us for our Form 11s from 25 to 26 of $867 from last year to this year. So we can anticipate that cost is gonna go up on a yearly basis. You know, we'll have some increase there. But looking at the money that is left, that has been left in the 37000, I see no reason why the mailing can't come out of that line item as well.
So you're saying in your 0109, you want me to take out the 39001 account and just delete the 13,000 out?
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. And then I had a question, with going to the central supply system, are we eliminating our supplies? We have one in county gen and we have one in reassessment.
It's only county general.
Okay, all right, okay. Then there's just reassessment. I think, you know, I know you've got a lot of tough decisions ahead here, I know you do. There'll be plenty going forward into 27 with what's budgeted out of reassessment for 27. But when we look ahead to the years where we're probably gonna get into, the cuts are really gonna be hitting us which who knows what legislators are gonna do. But I mean, that fund would not have another full year of reserves going into 28.
How much do you project is gonna be a loss for personal property tax?
Oh, gosh, I have no idea in dollars. I really don't. I mean, I can tell you that in returns, we have 2,162 active, well, we're still leaving them active, 2,162 active personal property accounts. So with the new exemption going to 2 million, that's taking us down to 63 accounts that are over 2 million. So what that's gonna be in dollars, I really do not know.
The veterans exemption is gonna have a big hit too, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're seeing them flow in.
Mhm. I mean, it's gonna be a loss, and you're gonna have a shift. That's the way it's gonna go. But, any questions for me?
Thank you, Kim.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you all for everything, and I wish you luck. I do.
Brad? You're up, my man.
Oh, well, ahead of time.
Yeah, a little bit.
Up here.
Sure.
Scott did send his apologies, he couldn't be here at an appointment he had to be with, so we get stuck with Randy.
Look at this guy.
Do we have to?
Yeah.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah. Well, essentially, it took last year's budget, added 5%, and kind of went from there. Pretty straightforward.
How many autopsies a year is average?
I'm working off of 60. Traditionally, at the end of the year, we have somewhere between 20 and 30,000 left over, but 2021, I believe we were like right to the dime, you know, it was a bad year. This year's running slightly behind the average, but that could change in a month pretty quick.
Do you know where we're at now, Tiffany?
Sure, if you wanna know what he spent.
Dollar amount on autopsies, 34,001. Please. As well as transfers too, if you could look at the same time.
Teresa, just a heads up, we'll probably jump you guys in next if you're prepared.
I'll go find Rob.
Okay, because we've got, we're getting ahead now. We'll
Okay.
cut you guys off the end of the day.
So autopsies, they've spent 27,500 pretty much. And autopsy transfers, we have 0 spent so far.
Okay, yeah, we were using a transport service.
Oh.
We had issues with him and stuff, so basically, we're using our car. It adds another 3 hours probably to doing a call, but we're transporting most of them, all of them ourselves.
And what's the year-to-date spend again? Can you give me that number one more time?
On the autopsies?
Yeah.
We are at 27,500.
Okay.
6 months into it.
Yeah.
And on the autopsy transfers, didn't we buy a vehicle for that purpose?
I'm using that. That's
Okay.
why we haven't spent the money.
Okay. So we don't really need that line then?
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah, I
you
don't
find
like-
another transfer, then you go back to them. If you find somebody else, will you hire them to
But that's
do
why
it?
we bought the vehicle, but.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Traditionally, back when I was the coroner, funeral directors did it out of the goodness of their heart. If they were getting the call, they transported. We got the vehicle. We're doing most all of it ourselves. Should something arise, and we need to use somebody in a hurry, then we go back to the funeral directors right now. But I'm not aware of anybody else we could really hire or contract with to do those as of this time.
Which line item is that, please, that we're talking about?
34,003.
So if we needed to cut something out of your budget, we could cut that line item or at least reduce
Um,
it, and you guys could come back from an additional appropriation if you had to start using it
Yeah,
again.
we just assume not do that, but.
No, I get it.
Yeah, sometimes like travel and mileage, when we pay for the fuel for our car, a lot of times that we're taking it out of that other budget, but we also take it out of travel and mileage. It's kind of two different funds that are kind of doing the same thing in a way. The travel and mileage, though, we do use. I do have at least one deputy that she requests mileage on all her calls. So, but otherwise, Scott, I just don't mess with it. And Scott usually uses the county car. So, but yeah, I mean, that was something that was added in, and you can do what you want with it and figure it out as we go, I guess. Like I said, altogether, traditionally we have 20,000 to 30,000 left over. Hopefully we'll be in that same ballpark. That comes back, to the general fund. This is all based on our best guess over traditional number of calls per
You
year.
don't never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, like I said, it could go really good the rest of the year, or it could go really bad. I don't have any control over it.
Any questions for Brad? Thank you so much.
Take care.
Let's jump to the last one of the day, please, the commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning. Morning.
I do have an update for commissioners too, so let me grab that.
Hold on, Rob. We gotta do some switching.
Do some switcheroo.
They got their insurance rate
kind of wage.
Yes.
How often do we shop insurance?
Pretty regularly. I mean, we just made a switch earlier this year on some of it.
And it went down. I got it. We're okay. We don't need to go on break. Everybody ready to go with their replacements? Go right ahead.
Okay, so I think you guys are all looking at the same thing I am. I've just got some additional notes here. The first thing, obviously, that has been mentioned repeatedly this morning is, I guess I'll say, the value of networking. Tiffany talks to other auditors, and there's at least one neighboring county that does a central supply. And so she kind of came to us and said, I think we can save some money if we do this. And so we decided to go ahead and try it. So a lot of other departments had that line item either removed or reduced significantly. And so then it comes here for when we're trying to, which I think will be in the long run. There was some initial pain maybe from some folks, but I think in the long run it'll be a good thing. And I know when I first started here, I was surprised. I think I went to the Cami at the time and said, I need some staples or something. And I go, where's the supply closet? She's like, there isn't one. So that's kind of where we're heading with that direction, and hopefully we'll see some.
Tried that before.
So that's into your budget now.
Mm-hmm.
So, who's in charge of the supply closet?
Angela and I are.
Okay, so now, is there I'm getting into the weeds here, but is there a system that you guys have in place to make
We're
sure that
working on.
It's in a
that
process.
each department doesn't over request what their
Oh, yes, it will all
allotted
be
amount
tracked.
is?
Department wanted to see.
Yes.
Because that could be, not in an abusive way, but if all of a sudden there's a tendency that somebody's using a lot more paper than what they ever used.
They wanted something else and they just didn't.
So, and I
what's that
think
gonna look like?
it's actually surprising, people have been pretty on board with it. We have, if you guys went up and saw the things that people are at, oh, I can get rid of this, we don't need it anymore. We have like 7 bags of rubber bands, we have thousands of paper clips, thousands of binder clips that people are still purchasing that other offices had sitting, so it's things like that rolls of packing tape that EMA had for some reason, we've got probably 50. Binders galore, but people are still buying because we're not checking with other offices, we're not seeing. So we already have some stuff already.
Great start.
Starting. Hand sanitizer, Ed had a bunch left from COVID that the courts are still buying. I took them 6 cases. It's just things that I think now if we bring it centrally, hopefully we'll see a savings, but it's a hope, I guess. Noble County said they have enough now where it's down pat that they save roughly $60,000 a year doing that.
Nice.
So that's kind of the hope for
When
it.
she presented that number to us is what really got our attention that, okay, this is something we need to consider.
First year might be a little different, trying to keep things on hand, but hanging file folders, I don't think we ever have to buy them again from all that we've received, that people, especially people going paperless,
And they'd be welcoming the space.
Yeah, that too.
And it
Extra
really cuts
benefit.
down on people buying their favorite pens and their favorites, so we're just gonna get one, and you can get a better price if you buy a bunch. One versus a little box and a little box.
Where are we using for our supplier for that stuff?
Looked at Heinen. Heinen contacted me and said, you know.
Heinen's ridiculously
Well, I told them, I said,
expensive.
you know, we've started using Amazon for a reason. So I said that they can, give us quotes. So they are working on getting me something for all the office supplies. We do get our paper from them right now. They've bulk. We've cut down a little bit. We used to get 120 cases at a time. We're down to 100. So we do get our paper from them. So she's wanting to stay in the game and is gonna get me some info on that.
Mhm.
But we definitely shop around and.
If they're not the cheapest, then we're not going.
Yeah.
We're checking
Hopefully they are.
in Office
You know.
Depot, you can check back and forth and order it pretty easy.
Hopefully they are, but since they're local, it'd be nice to use a local company, but I get it if they're not. Where are we keeping everything? Your office, Angela?
Yep, we're at ours.
Auditor's
actually, yeah.
office.
We have a lot more room
Yeah.
than
That's
Casey does.
separation. that
Paper
has to,
downstairs
I'm
in the
sure
basement,
helps.
right?
The paper's in the
The copy
basement,
paper.
correct, yeah. So we'll keep you updated on how it goes and.
Is there a system then, for like specialty stuff that you don't necessarily stock? Do departments put in order forms to you on what they
Well,
need
that's
to
what
have, or is
the
that still?
slight, you know, if they have 250 in their budget or whatever, it's specific items that not, they're the only office that uses, like Kay has a very specific printer that nobody else has. So she kept in her printing, the toner costs in hers. Autopsy bags for a corner, obviously nobody else uses that, so they're just staying in theirs. So it's very specific items commissioners have, you know, said, let's leave them in there, that way we're not trying to order something that I have no idea what I'm ordering. So this is basically your pens, your highlighters, your paper, your folders, things like that, that are not office specific.
And I think it helps to create a mindset of trying to be conservative. And so that give credit where credit's due. Tiffany deserves credit for the initiative.
She's been working on that for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
So, are we okay to move on from supplies? Everybody good on that?
So, okay, go ahead, yeah.
Well, okay, so just looking over everything and then talking with everybody, because you guys are the, you know, policy-making body here. What, and I know I just talked to you about this, so like, what are your thoughts on contracting for a blanket internet service or a blanket, you know, vehicle maintenance service with companies that obviously they're gonna submit bids and all, go through the process?
I don't know, I think it's, like, here's a good example, is you can look in the liability and property insurance. It's billed July to July, it's not invoiced until January, so we could be a little bit high. But our deductible's $2,500, and we had a few of those that we had to pay, there were a few accidents. Hopefully that's a one-off thing, you know, where it doesn't happen every year. And so my fear, not that I'm opposed to it, it's certainly something to look at. I think in the long run that'll balance out. If you make a change like that where you're obligated to pay a certain amount, then you're paying that every year. It may
Well,
be.
yeah, and that's something that you guys would have to look at as far as like every year, you know, have we used this dollar amount of service and,
Mhm.
you know, or we would, I guess, and decide on whether or not it's worth continuing that relationship. You know, I don't know what length of contract we would sign if we would even do it, but.
That's one thing we've tried to move away from is, we do have some multi-year agreements, but there was a lot of things, I would say over the last year, Teresa, I don't know if you would agree, where there was a lot of stuff that automatically renewed, and we really wanted to move away from that, because every time something's up, we want to look at it, make sure, is it cost effective, can it be changed, does it need to be changed, do we need to do it, instead of just having some stuff that just keeps on moving on, you know, we kind of wanted to put a limit to that stuff, and Andy's, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I think we found out when it was either the sheriff's department or probation, one of them moved, that we were overpaying for a bunch of phone lines that we weren't even using anymore, but we couldn't get out of that contract because we had a multiple year, like a 5-year contract with it, that we were basically paying for nothing.
Mhm.
Or paying for something that wasn't being used. So
Yeah.
I agree with you, to be diligent on contracts like that, but as far as, I think, what I'm hearing Nick say, or my interpretation is, or maybe a follow-up suggestion is, internet services, can we bundle all the departments together rather than each department being being priced out differently to try to get better services. Now, if Verizon is already providing everything to every department, I can see where they're not gonna be interested in talking to you about that, but I don't know if there's how many different of those services that are available that you could try to bundle them together and get better prices, whether it's internet service, phone service,
Well,
whatever that might look like.
Right, and that, I mean, that, yes, you're exactly right. That's my thought, is if we can cover the entire county instead of individual departments with whatever we can do.
I don't think that the internet providers change all over the city, don't they?
Depending on who
Yeah,
has fiber.
They can.
We've gone down the internet trail. I asked, and like, there's no way we can all get on the same one, but the car one would be.
That would be simple.
Maybe talk to City Chevy and see like an oil change. would be
Or,
this,
I mean, and see if Or would sign, if we're already going there for the sheriff's department, I mean, what's to say our maintenance department doesn't also use them, you know, or the
I
county
think it's all over
vehicles.
the place for oil changes. I know we do Star Tires, some people do Take 5, some people do Or. They're all over the place on oil
Well, a couple
changes.
years ago, they put out a request for the automotive companies to quote if they would be interested in doing fleet service for us, but I don't know I don't remember what happened with that. That was probably 2 or 3 years ago.
Or
I don't
another,
remember that.
Tiffany and I had talked a couple months ago about possibility of migrating our phone services over to voice over internet and using like Microsoft Teams. So a company I worked at, they use Teams exclusively and did not have physical phones. I mean, everything was online. Granted, there's a little bit of a, I don't want to say security, but you know, if the internet goes down, then your phones are down. But how often does our internet really go down? It's not very often. And yeah, yes. And they do have an enterprise service to where they could cover every single phone within the county. I'm not saying we have to use Teams. That's just the first thing that came to mind. So it does away with that physical phone, and you still have a headset that's all connected to your computer, all that kind of stuff. Something you guys may want to look into. I don't know if it's cheaper. I don't know if it's more expensive, but it's an idea.
Yeah.
I think that was able to work for some, but like the jail, that doesn't work. We've got multiple elevator lines, that doesn't work. We have CenturyLink for those, because they're the only ones that provide them. You actually might wanna reach out to Cammie, she did a lot of work on that, but I asked a lot, and, a lot of it is because there's only one, like Stacy was saying, provider that can do each one.
It might be worth looking into, because I mean, we don't know the full breadth, whatever that word is. The full scope, I guess, of what's possible with these phone providers. I mean, they may be able to service those needs. I'm not sure.
So a huge amount of our budget is obviously, I feel like a lot of it's, any increases are out of our hands because it's insurance, which we all deal with that in our personal lives besides our roles, and it's pretty much a take it or leave it a lot of times. I mean, we do have a broker that they switched us, or helped us switch, was that this year or last year? We switched to, a company out of Lafayette, I think, for some of it.
What's the investigation space, Lisa? I thought that all went to the jail.
It's
I was gonna ask
for
that
the
question also.
rebuilding, for the children's investigations that we've had forever. And we also use it with the city, and they pay a portion, I believe.
Okay. I just thought that all moved.
No, they do it there so it doesn't scare the kids, like, for any case.
I understand.
The
Right,
EMS.
Tim?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Tim's looking at me like, I don't know.
No, that's right. That's
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of preferred design space for like specialty interviews with the kids, yeah.
Okay.
I know this was discussed a couple years ago. What do we get out of the mental health? What services do we get for mental health?
through.
That's the Bowen, right?
Yeah.
And that's mandatory.
We're required to have a mental health provider in the county.
But
and
what do they do, and how do the people
One
get there?
one thing that all employees are able to have, I think it's 11 or 12 counseling sessions a year.
So this is just for employees?
Well, families. Yeah, we need it.
Commissioners.
He's joking.
It's not for the, it's
kind
not
of,
for our
kind of.
It's not for the community.
Well,
Okay, that's
I
what I
mean,
thought it was.
we're not paying for but the bone centers here in the, they have.
Well, we are, because we're paying
It's
200.
supplementing their ability to operate within the county, isn't it? That's kind of what I understood that donation to be for.
Mm-hmm.
It's
When-
270,000, but what
Yes.
are we getting for 270,000?
Well, we're required to have that, I believe, aren't we?
Yeah, Bowen usually comes.
That was going back to the 70s, I think.
Yeah.
I think the state does.
They come in and do
Yeah.
that presentation, and they
That's
tell
we've
you
always
the
questioned what we
service,
got for it.
so many
Yeah.
reasons that money goes towards that.
We don't have to pay the Bowen Center, but we have to pay that certain amount of money to somebody who would provide those type of services that the Bowen Center does.
So that figure
So
is
it's
set by the state?
Yeah, it's state
Okay.
mandated that we spend that money towards mental health care or a provider, but it doesn't have to be the Bowen Center.
We did look into switching a couple years ago.
is also
and
one we pay for counseling services.
I think we've always
What'd you say,
questioned what we
Angela?
got for it.
Live,
Yeah.
Heal,
Yeah,
Grow,
always,
another
yeah.
counseling service in the county, we pay for an employee to go for
But how does,
counseling.
is it just for employees?
No.
And
the
how does
state
so if
legislature-
someone in the public or our community, how do they get there? How do they know to go there?
I don't know. I just know state legislature mandates every county to pay based on, I'm not even sure.
Because if no one's
population.
utilizing it, we should put it out there so people know it's available. 'Cause
Oh,
there's a
the
lot of
Bowen
stuff.
Center advertises, their names on everything,
Like Nick had said, it's just for overall operational costs that we're
Okay.
supposed to help.
So you're just supporting,
And
you're
there's
supporting
multiple
their
things that they
program.
have to do to be
Okay.
considered a community health center by the state. Parkview wants nothing to do with it because it's too many hoops for a little bit of money, so the only one that is certified to get the money is Bowen.
Okay.
And it's not when Bowen Center gets the money, it's not like, okay, they've got the amount of money that we give them to use for a certain thing until it's gone. Our money is just going into
Help to
their,
support it.
their general fund of operations, and they disperse that then to spend on where they see their needs are with that amount, so.
What's frustrating to me about that whole thing is that could go towards salaries as well, not
We're still supporting them.
mental health,
I think some of that maybe
Services.
was
Well, I'm sure they've got.
part of why we tried to shop around a couple years ago, because there was some maybe discontent with some philosophical things, but we kind of found we were painted into a corner. We didn't really have a choice. It was kind of what it came
Yeah.
down to. I mean, the Dr. Rob, who's kind of the head of Bowen Center for at least our area, I mean, it was, we kind of, because we're mandated to have that service in the county.
I just
we
wasn't
really didn't have
sure
a
what it
choice.
went to, but it goes to overall support for them,
Yeah.
so that explains that.
Yep.
And that number should be coming out soon. As soon as I get it, I will let you know so I can update it, but it's not been released yet.
So something else.
I see we still pay for the landfill.
Yeah, we tried to sell it and got,
I
we
was
put
gonna
out
say,
a,
what
we put
was the
out a
process?
request for proposal and got 0 responses. We offered it for, I believe, it's 39 acres, we offered it for $6,000 and got no response.
Does it ever go back to normal?
I don't think so. I mean, Kim's shaking his head no.
You might as well forget it. The county's gonna have that till we're all gone.
And we basically we pay somebody, I think it's pay Kim's son to mow it, and
What about opening it back up?
Bad.
Have at it, Joe.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's an option.
I'm just saying. could
There's
get some
like
money.
there's vents coming out of the ground that
Yeah.
because there's decomposing material down there, and we have to have insurance on that, of course. Yeah, it would.
where's it at again? Is that north?
It's on off of 500 North on is it 50 West? What's the road it's on?
It's off of
I don't
500
remember
Road
the
at the
name
end of
of it.
500.
It's a dead end road that
400
tees into 500 North.
Oh,
It's
okay.
where the airplanes fly.
Yeah, the
Radio controlled.
Model
stuff.
airplane.
yeah the
And the
barnstormers I
and
think
the old
sitting there.
entrance to it off of, right there by Mike Biddle.
It's across from.
Yeah, it's,
the
I mean,
old
if you
leather.
weren't watching for it, you would miss it when you go by on 500 North. I've driven by it before, and I knew it was there because I wanted to drive back there and see what was back there. There's a house back there. There's a field where I think they're called the Barnstormers, is like a model airplane club. They operate back there. And then there's the landfill itself, which is, there's a fence, and you can see little mounds of ground with vent pipes sticking out, and you can't even make hay
Isn't
on
it
it.
gravel?
I asked if we could rent it out and let somebody make hay on it, and that's not even.
It was.
Isn't it
There
a
used to
little
be an
gravel?
entrance to it though off of 400 North, which is a dead end down there where Mike Biddle lives off Edna Road. That little piece,
I don't remember that.
You mean 500 North?
400.
It was a back entrance.
Because it's north of 500 North.
Well, there could have been a back entrance. Probably makes
None of it's
sense
north
for
of
traffic
500
flow.
North, not talking about the same thing. Well,
Whatever.
we're getting way off.
Yeah, anyway, it's there. We tried to get rid of it. I tried to see if we could rent it to somebody to make hay on it. They can't even do
Yeah.
that.
Contamination on hay.
Pretty much, yeah.
Can't do
I mean,
anything with it.
How's
you
it
can't,
flow?
it's just
Keep filling in the holes when they sink down.
pretty much.
Why did you have to put in tax sale services?
What?
It was 0 and then
Isn't
you
that
went
what we used?
15,000.
We just took, because it was grouped in with a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, okay.
And I think they wanted to kind of see how much we spend for the
Okay,
services of
so
tax sale.
it was already in another
Yes.
line item.
Yeah.
Okay, all
I
right.
can't remember off the top of my head which one it was in, but
Okay,
yes.
all right, thank you.
Mhm.
What is develop disabled? 33007.
That's the money that they give towards, it used to be 40,000, I think you guys took it down to 20.
Is that passages?
I think it is.
Is that mandated as well?
I don't think so.
I think there was just things that over the years commissioners have
Have supported. and-
supported. Mhm.
But we do that out of the goodness of our hearts. That's not something the state says we have to give.
Correct.
I think that's why the amount was cut a couple of years back.
Goes to passages.
Okay.
So the, current year note on the HRIS system, we went to a HR system, Paylocity, which will streamline a lot of things as far as job postings and employee reviews and keeping up to date on all that stuff, safety, protocol. That's on there now, that's a new thing.
You guys have some conferences or new training
Well,
coming up?
we're trying to plan ahead and be proactive with 3 new members of your council coming on. They may want to go to some meetings and things that maybe some of the more experienced folks that are stepping back went 2 years ago, and they haven't gone for a while because they already know what it is, and some of these new folks may want to check that out. So we tried to kind of plan ahead there.
So, okay, hang on. Are you talking about the 39004?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was talking, I don't know which one it is. It's right under drug test. This is another training line item, and that's the same at a $10,000 budget. Is that different or is that the same?
Yeah.
That's a different.
What's
Yeah.
that one for?
What they used it for in 25.
25 looks like just under $700 was spent.
Looks like that was used for, we've got, when Joan went to AIC, that paid for her hotel and that, and looks like other times were, like the lunch for the budget meeting, last year they paid out of this line item.
But that's different than the other one,
Correct.
the 39004.
Yeah, I can see what was. Angela just said too, we could probably consolidate those.
Consolidate, that's what I was thinking.
Easier to combine.
Consolidate, maybe cut it out completely and move that 10,000 back into county general.
Yeah, cause it looks like
I went from
the
69 to
3904
300,000.
was used for, Commissioners Conference, yep.
Mhm.
So I can delete one of those out if you would like me to.
That would be my preference, but I, again,
You sure there's nothing else we used? We have.
Yeah, I just pulled up all of
It's
their
just odd that we would
25.
have two to, okay.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
So I don't know if you commissioners have a preference, if you'd like to keep the training line item or the conference meeting.
Probably conferences, I would say.
Keep that
Be
one
my
and get rid of
thought.
the training.
Unless make it conferences / training. Put
Probably
names
keep
on
the
it.
training one and get rid of conferences.
your training one has a $15,000 2027 requested budget. Conferences meeting, the 39004. And the training has a 10,000. So I mean,
It's on the seated.
that was what I thought, but if they wanna keep the cheaper one.
And training. So that's for conferences, and we're talking about.
Well, I agree with Teresa, though. I would suggest that you retitle it.
Dues and subscriptions and training, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
No, dues and
So-
subscriptions is a separate from training. Training is on your.
Where's the conference one?
Oh.
That's a couple
Conference
lines
right here.
under.
Right here, 3900. I was in the wrong spot.
Why don't we just change the name to conference / training?
See what we expended.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Combine 'em.
sounds like not dues and subscriptions, we need to keep that.
Meetings.
In conference in 2025, you $1,300.
What about training?
Training was 697.
So there's some cushion there.
So I think really the only thing that they ever pay for that out of there is whenever commissioners go to one conference a year, usually it's in December.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Bump him, he had
And
the same
that's a
thing
lot more
today.
than
I don't know if he's
I got another question for him.
Well, then let's just leave the training
He's
one.
content.
I'd rather leave the training, cause sometimes Jen, she asks for something every now and again, and we can take it out of that.
Or we could leave both of them if you would like to keep it specified what is conference, what is
Just cut
training.
cut
just
the
to
amount.
And
cut the
that's why we
amounts.
did it, I'm
Isn't
sure that's
conference
why we
training
did
though?
it.
Yeah, probably, I mean, it doesn't cost anything to have the line items, right?
Right, we can reduce.
You can just reduce
both
the
of
amount
them
in
if you
there.
like, and keep them both, that way you know this was training for
Mhm.
whatever. Yeah, we can do whatever you like.
But I know we did increase it because we figured there'd be a lot of council that wanted to go to the different things. And hotels aren't cheap, and it's, memberships, things aren't
So
cheap.
you could drop the
to
training
go.
one back to 5,000 and that'd be a net zero, I guess, if you, for what we increase this one.
Take training to 5,
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
then your conference.
And then we're
and-
flat on, if you combine the, if you look at both of them as a pair.
You wanna leave it at the 15,000? Or take it down?
I mean, I guess my thought was move 5 from the training over into that and leave it at 15 and just consider that the increase
you-
we're asking for on that one comes out of this other fund.
You would just cut the training from the one that had the 697 to
Yeah.
5,000 instead of 10, and then leave the other one.
Leave the
alone.
other one the same.
Whatever you want, whatever you want me to do.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
You can always come back. if
There
need.
you go.
I'd be shocked if they spent another $15,000 over last year though.
How much have they spent in legal services so far this year?
48,225, I believe.
Is
And
that, is that same line item for legal services, what would be available to council if we needed to use the commissioner's attorney or services?
that's my understanding.
Yeah, that's for the whole county, unless there was an issue between commissioners and another elected official.
But that would be the line item that we would draw from if we wanted to have, an attorney present at a meeting,
Yeah.
one of our meetings.
Yeah, and if you remember when we chatted, I said the bill got really high, And so we told all elected officials and department heads to run it through one of the commissioners before you just contact the attorney, because we would get these bills and we're like, what the
What
heck
was
is
this?
this?
Yeah.
Or sometimes we could figure it out, just so we would know, so, yeah. So they're always supposed to contact the chair, and then if the chair's not available, the vice chair, and if the vice chair's not available, whoever else. So yeah, that's for everybody.
And, I mean, we try to be extremely conservative when we utilize that. Like, just for example, earlier this week, I scheduled a meeting for immediately after our meeting because we wanted Andy there, and that way it saved us a trip charge of him coming from Fort Wayne. He was already here. Instead of, if we'd had him come today, then we'd have to pay more. So we try to always keep that mindset of being efficient in the interest of saving as much as we can on it, because it's not cheap. Every time I go through claims, I'm stunned how much that costs.
Yeah.
Well, apparently $300 an hour is the going rate for an attorney.
That's a discount rate.
Yeah.
That's a big
It's even
municipal
higher.
discount rate.
That's crazy.
I'm in the wrong line of work.
Any other questions of Rob, please?
On the CETA account, what's the ADA project?
So if you remember, like, it was for a couple years before my time, the federal government came out with all the mandates that all counties and bodies of government had to have all of their, stuff ADA compliant. And
That the
there's a
sidewalks
grant,
and all that.
so if we pay for it, they reimburse us 80%, but we have to budget for it out of there, so we get
Okay.
reimbursed.
Okay.
And we should be finished with that in the next year, so.
Okay.
Done.
Thank you.
Anything else for us, Rob?
We changed our vendor for the website, and that cost went up. But it was not, we didn't have a choice. The previous vendor, did they go out of business, or did they just, yeah. And so we shopped around. I think Angela reached out to some neighboring counties, and I think we ended up going with the company that Huntington was using. And it's very good, but it's not cheap.
And we have an idea, so like on the Cume Cap, the courthouse elevator.
Oh, gosh.
That's like 600,000, right, Mark?
It's
700,000?
Oh yeah, Mark, hey Mark.
We're waiting to hear back.
Yeah, but that's what,
Yeah.
around there.
The city has to put an elevator in there, in City Hall too. I was just talking to Leslie about it last week.
Really?
I think ours is significantly more expensive because it's a bigger project.
Yeah.
Well, ours is custom.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're invited to stay for the rest of the meeting.
I was watching.
Rosemary, please. Joan.
Hey, real quick, Rob,
Yeah.
Tariq, you guys. So she has new computer and monitors coming out of this perpetuation fund, and Rosemary might get into this too, but you guys also had new computers and stuff in one of your line items. Did those cover these costs?
No. Her
No?
fund, you can probably better explain it. There's very few things that can come out of that, so it makes more sense to take it out of that fund than to eat into this one.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Am I
Yeah.
right, Rosemary?
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. I do buy out of perpetuation any new computer equipment that we need because it's part of keeping the documents perfect. Now they're on computers, so it can come out of that fund. So I have been paying for anything that comes up that needs done.
out of that. And I know since I won't be here, but I know they've talked about we're gonna have to have some new computers for 3 of the desks, so, you know, we can assist at paying for that. But we don't labor for 4 EOS,
Yeah,
but,
makes sense.
you know. So I've kind of broke down what we've paid for this year out of the perpetuation fund, so you do know where the money is going. You know, it is restricted by law. It has to do with the perpetuation of the records, so anything that does that. Also, which, you know, our large document scanner costs quite a bit of money to keep running because it takes a lot of toner compared to our old ones, and it's very expensive. And the paper itself is very expensive, so, and since we don't make an abundance, like so many a day copies, I did not put it on a service contract because it's so expensive. It's almost cheaper. We've had them come once a year for the last 2 years that we've had it. It's much cheaper just to pay their service fee and have them come and repair it, so that comes out of there also. Any questions on any of those? But we try to pay everything we can, and quite honestly, we do. I mean, we don't have any other monies that we take from county general. And also, last year, just in the county general fund, that doesn't include our other funds that we put money in, we deposited $115,479. Well, if you notice, our payroll is $136,000. So we're almost covering our entire payroll also, on top of all the supplies and everything that's done within the office.
Yeah, you definitely get the most gold stars so far.
Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
We try. And, you know, like I said, most things, if it pertains to keeping the records in our office, I can take out of the perpetuation, and I attempt to, so.
And you're passing those skills and knowledge and,
Oh, yes.
and mindset right along, right?
Yes, well, April had 8 years of it between me, so, you know.
Yep.
She'll be right there. And, you know, it'll be her ball of wax next, so.
Any questions for Rosemary?
The 39004 under your 1217 fund, conference and meeting. Last year, looks like you spent just under $6,000. 15,000 appropriated in 26, and then 15,000 is what you're requesting in 27. Do you expect to spend that full 15,000?
Well, that is allowed to be used by any elected official, the 5 of us. So any of them can use it. So what is spent out of that, also I know Tiffany's used it, the clerk's used it, Kim has used it.
I think it's specific just to, like, recorder, clerk, auditor,
Correct.
treasurer, and.
Because it doesn't accumulate that fast in our payroll. I see, I can about tell you. Last year we got $7,800 in it from our recording fees. That money comes from the recording fees. So it's not something that there's abundance of, but when you have the 5 of us, we are allowed to use it. It's just making sure that one of us don't use all of it.
Is that one of those restricted funds to where you
Yes.
couldn't put it back in? Okay.
Correct.
Non-reverting.
Yeah, and then, you know, the surveyor's corner perpetuation fund last year, we put $39,200 in that. They get $5 of every recorded document from us that goes in that fund. So we spread them out for everybody. Any more questions? No?
Have you had any person from overseas trying to take a property?
Not
Since the last one?
recently, no. The last one that we had, it was pretty upsetting, and the gentleman's still upset. He lives in Washington, D.C. He has prime property in Whitley County, handed down through generations, several acres on a lake. And somebody went to Noble County and put it for sale. I mean, there was even signs posted. And they gave them powers of attorney that they had the right to sell it.
Well, his neighbor called him, and that's how he found out and got it stopped. He is very upset because he can't take them to court for anything. The only way he could have done that is if it had been sold. Just because they listed your property is not a crime.
That is so wrong.
He was pretty upset about that.
That's crazy.
That's an idea.
No, I guess we're
You
fortunate
need to go
that's the
outside.
only
Yeah,
one.
where you gonna go?
That, like that, yes.
Well, thank you, Rosemary.
Uh-huh. You guys have a good day.
Thank you, Rosemary.
You're
Mark?
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you for your flexibility today. Appreciate it. Maintenance is next to last, please.
You okay?
So we'll skip over the what do you call it? Wages. To the overtime, 11605 account. I had in there 10,000 for next year. As you remember, we had 6,500 originally for 26. And we ended up coming back for 2,500 more, and we have $1,800 left in that account. So
But we hired we took a guy to full-time for the jail to help alleviate overtime. What happened?
the overtime is used for snow removal after hours and after hours calls. That's what that overtime is used for.
Okay. Kind of puzzled me.
Sure. And again, going through this for the first time with the detention center, as far as after hours snow removal, working with Jason and his expectations. His expectations are considerably more aggressive than what we had planned on. So we're spending a lot more time up there clearing snow and treating the ice.
Maybe we should talk to Jason about his expectations.
Yeah, put him on the tractor.
He does. He's out there with
Is
us,
he?
alongside us. Yes, sir. Yeah,
You're not full staffed right now, are you?
we are not. We've been down for almost 4 months now.
How many?
One
full-time.
One full-time. So that's the overtime. Part-time, 117,000. I did raise that from 62,000 to 65,500. The reason for that increase, as I've noted, is the workload. So we've taken on the cleaning for the probation department. Previously, we've not done that before because they were in the old jail, the former jail. So we've taken that on. That's about 15 hours of pay period extra. And then I had a pay increase in there for the part-time from 17 to 18 an hour. That's what drove that up.
What do you mean by cleaning, Mark?
Cleaning the building?
Just like normal janitorial type stuff?
Janitorial cleaning. Carpet extracting, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Any questions on that one?
What's your pay range right now for your part-time?
Their wages right now are 17 an hour.
I know, what's the range that you have?
I'm not sure what part-time is.
It goes by the classification.
Do you have anybody part-time right now?
Oh yeah, I have 4.
4 at part-time? No, none of them want to move to full-time?
No. Do not want to.
You can keep going, Mark. That's fine.
Okay. Janitorial supplies, 20002. I kept that the same. Costs are creeping up there, but I don't see a problem with that. Janitorial supplies, we are currently out of the 27,000, we have 16,000.
On uniforms, do you go with, does the whole county use one retailer, one supplier?
Vendor?
Vendor, thank you, one vendor? I mean, do you get with the highway department? You get any, is that just by the department then?
I think that's probably by department. The highway department, they just have t-shirts and stuff. I mean,
It's by department. We do use Cintas
Yeah.
for the pants, but the shirts we get from running around because they're a lot cheaper. They're cheaper just to buy them, and the guys wash them.
Wash, okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
Anyway, back to janitorial. Like I said, I kept that the same. We're running about on course with that one. Operating supplies, 21000. Basically, all that comes out of that is fuel and the maintenance work order software. Comes out of that. And we're right about halfway through that currently. Uniforms, what did I do, jump one? No, 2,400, they're 24,000. I did bump that up because the 2026 budget was set before the additional full-time person was approved. So we're not going to run short this year because, like I said, we've had a vacancy for 4 months, but with cost increase, it's going to come out about the same for this year. But I did put in 300 extra for next year. Cell phone. Cell phone, we can, since I proposed the budget for $3,000, that was leaving it the same. We can, I think we can reduce that to 2,000. Since then, we have switched 2 phones over to the county FirstNet program. However, with the additional position, that did add another $30 a month stipend. So, but I still think we can take 1,000 out of that, drop that down to 2,000. Utilities, we're going to be real close this year, but it's going to be right there. So, but based on that, and I believe last year, the last 2 years, correct me if I'm wrong, Tiffany, at the 9th hour, I ended up having to move some money around to try and cover utility costs at the last of 25 and 26. So I did increase that from 260,000 to 300 for next year.
For 25. For utilities, looks like we budgeted 260. We didn't move any money into it. We spent 254.
But
So
but didn't I,
I don't show any transfers in or out. of
from
that.
interdepartment, what about in 25?
Yeah.
I know I did.
I'm not seeing it, because usually it shows, like I show we move money around in overtime, from part-time to overtime.
What was it, 24? I'm sorry, then. Might have been
20.
24. It's been 260,000 since, well, I guess I don't have a sheet on that one. Well, I thought I did.
In 24, yeah, we had 260 budgeted, we spent 240. The only transfer I show is from part-time to overtime in
Okay.
24 as well.
Well, I apologize, I'm mistaken.
Can you give us year-to-date on that
Sure.
one for this year?
I think we're around 106,000, or 153,000, 154,000 we spent.
Utilities, 153,978.
Okay.
So it's gonna be close.
Why aren't those in the respective departments' budgets, the utility costs?
Because that's not how we receive the bills, they're by building.
Okay.
So it'd be really hard for Mark to be like, oh, the auditor's office has to pay $1,000
No,
on the
no,
bill.
no, so like work release is their own, branch court is their own.
I think because at one time it was brought up that the county, through the maintenance department, was paying utilities for all of these departments, and they wanted it taken out of their budget, so every department was the same. And I think that's why we made those moves.
Yeah, like work release gave up theirs, I acquired it, all the utilities.
And Mark does a great job, like if you go through and pull a ledger, you could go through and tell exactly government centers X amount, because he always makes sure to notate that. So if you guys ever wanna see a breakdown by building, we can absolutely do that for you.
I was just curious why they were lumped into yours and not in their own. If they were a standalone building, you know.
I think it was just, that was initiated out of fairness for the budget for all departments, since the county's paying for it, it was just all given to Mark.
So if I'm paying for everybody's here, the government center, why aren't I paying for work release? And it's just another county building.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
Travel and mileage, there, let's see. 33003, I did not change that, I left it at 500. We do have 418 unexpended in there, but again, there's 4 months of an open position that hasn't been used, and typically I don't turn mine in until the end of the year, so it comes out once. So that's why it looks like there's so much money left in there right now. Building maintenance 36004. I believe I left that the same. Left that the same at 90,000. We have 53,397 currently. So we're a little under half right now with that one. Equipment repairs and maintenance 37004. Again, I left that the same at 150,000, and we are at, it's a little under half right now, 84,400 remaining. Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, while the commissioners are still here, where do we stand with the jail? As far as maintenance on our, I mean, are we still getting a lot of overtime?
We are not getting any overtime to speak of. I don't know if you want to speak on.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I mean,
Yeah, we're not spending any overtime right now. Haven't for quite some time.
Is that because we got another guy to cover that?
No.
We're not having issues.
We're not having issues, and any issues we do have, Jeremy is graciously talking to them on the phone after hours and making sure that it's something that can wait to the next morning before we just jump in a truck and run up there.
Okay, good.
And that's the bulk of it right there.
It's not snowing either.
I'm sorry?
It's not snowing either.
And it's not snowing, but, yeah.
Any other questions for Mark?
Oh,
Appreciate what you're doing, Mark.
yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark.
Tell you guys thank you as well from us. We know
I
they
will.
work hard.
Okay, thank you.
It's time for our break. We will suspend the meeting and we will pick back up at 12:30, please. Have flexibility. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh,
From my afternoon nap.
The city's never given the county anything.
No. I'm here.
How are you today?
Good. And you?
I'm good.
Nick. Nick. Yell at Nick.
I'm coming. I'm
Nick.
sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Go ahead.
There you go.
All right.
Get right in 'em.
Well, thank you all. Just kind of looking at the overall extension budget projection for 2027. Just to point out a couple things there. When you drop down to supplies, you'll see that we've lowered that to 4,000 because of what we're doing with the central supply system here for Whitley County Government. So we zeroed that out. If you drop down to travel and mileage, you will see a significant decline there from 8,000 down to 500. Part of that with the restructure, transition of Purdue Extension, our mileage and travel now will come out of a line item through the region instead of by county. So that $500 will simply cover any mileage by our county staff, which is minimal. That's the reason why we lowered that all the way down to $500. And then you go all the way down to capital outlay. It went from 3,000 down to 2,000. Part of what's covered in capital outlay is our computers. And now educator computers are now gonna again be covered through the regional format, through a regional account, no longer through here. So the $2,000 just covers county staff computers moving forward. So overall, our budget was essentially completely flatlined, other than you're seeing the $4,000 decline due to us zeroing out our office supply line item due to the new central supply for Whitley County Government.
That's tremendous. We appreciate that effort. It's gonna be a tough year. We appreciate everything you guys have been through for the last year or so. And this is just part of, looking out for the county and doing a good job. And we appreciate everything you're doing.
Absolutely.
What's all the professional services for? Excuse me, Thor.
So professional services, so you'll see that that is an increase of 8,500. So what that really is it's still taking those two line items, it puts them just all into one, but it's no longer going to be paid out of those county line items. It's paid through regional. So when you look at the travel and mileage and stuff like that, it's now just wrapped into the one line item.
Okay.
So if it's paid by regional, why would it be on here?
So it's still part of the contractual services to the county, but instead of it broken out into different line items, everything's going to go into one account to pay for those services for mileage, if that makes sense. I know that's different. We've not done that before. That was just part of the change. All of that and that number, that 140 on there, the new format, each county across the state of Indiana, the number was assigned based on county population. So you can find other counties completely across the state that have very similar county population as us, and that is their number as well.
Well, with the reorganization going on, does this amount stay in the county? Are we paying for anything outside of our county since they're going regional?
I don't know that specifically a county is going to be paying anything beyond the walls of the county, other than if it's something that folks within our county are going to have access to. The best thing I can point out is like when I host our STEM Fest in the spring, we open that up to kids from outside of our county. This past April, we had kids from 8 different counties that were here. Did that really cost our county anything there other than what you all were already covering? No. In the future, if it's offered a similar program or something, maybe a totally different topic, hosted in Noble County, say up in Albion, but it's open to our kids, if I went there, the mileage part is covered, it's still wrapped into that same line item. So I guess for a crazy answer, it's kind of yes and no, but it would only be because it still impacts the folks here in our county.
It's not like, say, St. Joe County is requiring you to pay something for St. Joe County, since it's, I'm only saying this because they're going regional.
Right, right.
And I just want to make sure we're not paying for something that's not.
That doesn't impact us.
Yes.
Right, yeah, right. No, there's nothing like that happening. Nope.
Tom, did that answer your question?
Yep, I'm good.
Any other questions, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Don.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
All right, Kay.
Replacement pay?
Yes, that's changing, for our tax deputy to bring her up to where she should have been. Since how we made that change after you guys got your budget book.
Any questions?
Pretty confusing, I think.
You know, I'm gonna ask about the bank service charges.
I'm
Just-
gonna explain that, because
Okay.
as of July 31st this year, fees are going up for us. Right now, I have used 49.51% of that expenditure for the year. I was also paying for ARPA funds out of that for the bank services. And that stopped in April. I'm hoping I don't have to come back in the end of the year, that it's gonna be right at the 9,000, but it definitely will go increase for next year with the new changes as of July 31st.
And that just has to do with the bank, nothing that we're doing, right?
No, it's the deposits and the money, and they're always a lot larger, of course, in April and May, and in October and November. I've spoken to the bank about the fees. They're only on County General's checking account. That's all I'm charged on. And I wouldn't be receiving the interest rates that I do receive, so it's just a small fraction of last year's County General checking account received $711,000 in interest because of the interest rate that we're receiving. So I've figured it out, and now I've had conversations with them, and the bank two now is receiving higher interest rates also, which is redevelopment, but they don't charge fees, but I'm not getting the same interest rates. I'm getting better interest rates, but not the same. So I knew you guys would ask. So I have the documentation from STAR for the new fees if anybody wants it, but it all just came through.
I would like to see it.
Of course you would. And the only other thing I have is right now, through June 30th, interest is $934,513. So I'm not sure I'm gonna hit the 2 million this year. For a total of the time I've been in as treasurer, I'm right now at $6.7 million in interest. My goal before I finish is to be at $10 million for the county. Of course, I know the money's gonna start
going less in everything. I have invested in 4 CDs now, and then we have money in Trust Indiana. So trying to make sure that being very forward with everything and not backwards.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. Some of those, our rainy day fund, you know, it's probably gonna go down a little bit this year.
Yeah,
Hopefully not a lot.
yeah. So,
Supposedly, the Fed, what I've heard is that the Fed may possibly increase rates instead of decrease this year, towards the end of the year. So it actually, that would be good for us
mhm.
at some point. But, I mean, obviously, nobody knows for sure. But because of the way that inflation has increased recently, because of them just printing and printing and printing, I mean, yeah, we'll see.
The only other thing is I'm not sure what my printing bill for the tax statements next year because of personal property changing. Hopefully, I didn't send 0 bills this year, so that decreased it. And it may decrease it, but you have to, I know Kim talked about having less to go out, but if they don't file, then I still have to send that penalty to them. So I still could, it kind of might be a little bit of a time frame before you actually see those numbers go down. Okay?
Thank you, Kay. We appreciate what you're doing.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Nathan, come on down. You're the next contestant. Woo-hoo.
Good afternoon. So this year the planning budget is not much change. Couple things that do change are basically just expected inflationary increases. The gas prices keep going up, and then equipment, our licensing fee for our permitting software is expected to increase. So those 2 line items are going up by $450 total. Also a note on our part-time inspector, because that hourly rate is pegged to the full-time inspector's rate. Whatever the rate is determined for that full-time inspector, then that'll be backed into for the part-time inspector. So the number that I put in here for the part-time inspector is high. And so it's expected that that would be backed off once we know what that full-time inspector's rate would be.
What is it in here at? What line is that, please?
Sorry, I am bouncing around. That would be
11,904.
11,904, thank you.
And what's your hourly rate on that?
Geez, I don't have that noted here. Yeah, I believe it's a PAT 3, which is like 26 something an hour currently. What we advertise for that part-time inspector is an average of 9 days per month throughout the year. So that relieves the other 2 full-time inspectors for going to conferences, having other time off, and so on. So.
Building inspector, $26.91.
Thank you.
What's the current salary ordinance cap? It was 28, right? $26.91, so you're capped out on.
And then that'll increase when, like, if any raises are given to a full-time, that changes that.
As Todd mentioned, the supply budget, we are trying to do the central supply for the government center at least. We are leaving this department's budget, or I'm proposing to leave it at 2,000, and that is because as a joint department, anything that we expend out of the supply item is subject to the joint expense. So Tiffany and I have started to discuss how we account for that internally, still make use of the central supply ordering and so on, but still be able to account for it here in order for it to be paid through the joint expense. So it's not like I'm trying to shirk that whole thing. It's an accounting mechanism ultimately. And then finally, a reminder, or I guess you may not have heard, with HEA 1001, any building fees and planning permit fees, basically any of the fee revenue that we receive in as of January 1st will now be going directly into a non-reverting fund separate from the general fund. So we're not sure exactly what that'll wind up doing to appropriations. We're treating this as presented. Everything will be coming out of the general fund, but ultimately come next year, that may not be the case. Some of these appropriations may be out of that fund rather than out of the general fund. So we're not sure exactly how that'll work, but the numbers should not change. It just maybe where they're applied would change. Did I say that right, Tiffany?
I think so, yeah. We haven't
Okay.
heard much guidance on it. And it could be that we let the monies build up in it, and then next year we budget half of the budget out of that fund, half out of county gen, because that's gonna be less money, revenues that's coming into county gen. They're saying it has to be housed separate.
Yeah.
But that's an account that we have to make sure that we're very aware of and follow, because we're not going to let it get built to a high enough level to where there's only certain things that are allowed to be paid out of it, and we can't spend enough to pay that back down with the additional revenue that'll continue to go into it. So I'd love to get some information on what all you're going to be allowed to use that fund for.
That's, yeah, the law says that that fund can be used for essentially anything that the fees are intended to pay for. So it would be the operational expenses of the department.
So that can be wages and
Yeah.
insurance.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so.
That'll take care of itself, but we just have to make sure that we're not letting that budget get to a point to where it's just continuing to accumulate. We want to make sure we level it off.
Exactly, and we would definitely have an issue if we had revenues exceeding expenditures, but we only operate at about a 50% ratio. We take in, I think this year we're probably looking at just under $200,000 out of a slightly less than $400,000 budget. So if it was the opposite, then we could appropriate everything out of the revenues and we wouldn't have to worry about it. But things to be figured out in order to make sure everything's accounted for.
Yeah, keep us up to date on that, please.
Will do. It will definitely be important for you guys to understand where things are coming from, because this is going to be difficult for us to try and figure out how to make it work ourselves. So.
Do you think the intention of that was to reduce fees?
Not the stated intention, no. I think the stated intention was that there were some places that were using their fee revenue as basically a cash cow, as a slush fund. And so they would take building permit fees, planning fees, whatever, and apply them to, let's say, buying street trees or something. And so that was reined in, but maybe the unstated thing might be by doing that, you start to tie the fees directly to the expenses. But again, our expenses already exceed our revenues. So for us, if that was the intent, it wouldn't apply.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious.
No, it's a good thought.
Any other questions for Nathan, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
GIS.
Yep. With Beverly now, I think.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm still here for moral support.
Yes, he's here for moral support.
All right, we have a couple of increases to note. We are in that data transition going from MAP to Pro. MAP is being phased out and Pro will be our sole entity. This is what is going to continue to power Beacon and the things that you see on our Beacon website. So a lot of that stuff has already changed over on Beacon, so that's kind of our newer stuff. So the licenses are a little different with Pro. It gives us more opportunity to do things, so that has increased since last year. And some of this is also prorate overlap from old to new, so that's why we also have that increase. Also, we have an increase in maintenance fees for Beacon specifically. That is going up. I projected about 4%, but about 3 weeks after I had already submitted budget, they said it could be up to 12% increase. So keep that in the back of your mind. That is for our Beacon website, the maintenance, where they house it in our website information in Indianapolis, so Schneider. I did decrease supplies. I only budgeted for ink and my paper. This is for the plotter that we use up in the office. The ink runs about $156 a pop per color, so I only did 3, of which I've already bought this year. It's kind of each year we do about 3 ink and then 1 box of paper, and a box of paper is about $165, so I try to shave that down, so only what I need.
Any questions?
No, but I have to say the clarity of that program is shocking. Yeah, you can almost look into people's windows.
Yes.
We could, if you wanted to add more to the budget.
Yes, yes. We do have the state aerials coming down the pipeline late. They're gonna fly over late this year and should be released late next year. So, as long as the weather holds out and their instruments hold out.
And we budgeted for that last year, didn't we? If I
The
remember
state,
right.
we don't budget for the state, that was free.
For the upgraded pictures on Beacon, didn't we have to budget for that at one point?
At one
At
point,
one
yeah.
point, yes.
I think the last time the state flew, we, instead of doing the upgraded imagery, we actually paid for contours. So we actually went from 2003 contours to 2022. So with this would be similar. We've done it before, but it's been a while.
The increase in professional services from 77 to 13.7. That's what you were initially talking about, right?
Yes, so that does include Beacon. That is budgeted $8,423 for this year. So that has already increased from the 7.7. And then that is going to include the app and support for Beacon, along with support for Enterprise that we're going to be moving towards, which is our in-house where we're going to keep all of our data instead of putting it on the cloud.
Is there a specific reason for not doing it the other way?
On the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
So keeping our data in-house keeps it more secure. Also, the cloud isn't always 100% safe. Not only that, but also we know that sometimes it doesn't work. We had Beacon crash that one time because I think it was a cloud service had failed, and that has a ripple effect. If we keep it in-house, we can keep our data secure, and also we can keep the day rolling. We won't have that, be counterproductive and not be able to do things. We can continue on with our workflow.
And you mean, can you just delve a little bit, just 10,000 foot view about what data we are keeping secure? I'm just curious at this point.
Everything. So everything that you see on Beacon, that should be all in-house and not a third-party vendor. Some of our stuff is held by a third-party vendor at this moment in time, which we should always keep a hard copy in-house no matter what.
So Beacon is a streamlined version of all the data.
Yes.
It's it's a public display, it doesn't have everything available.
Fair, yes.
That we have internally.
Okay,
Yes,
because
we
that's
have-
that's kind of where I was going. Was
Okay.
like, well, if it's public, then why keep it? Why
So
does
we-
it matter if it's secure?
We do have a lot of layers, like I'm working with Highway for creating some apps and dashboards for them so they can keep track of some Paisley ratings and also streamlining driveway permits so we can get rid of the paper format and we can just drop a pin, fill out a form, and it automatically hits my desk. So we can streamline a lot of things this way too and get rid of the, Stone Age stuff. So it help out the workflow and they can do it out in the field too and not have to come back and spend hours logging it into the computers.
Okay. Thanks.
Is
I
the
appreciate
data
it.
center that you're maintaining currently within the parameters of what's allowed in Whitley County?
I'd have to ask IT about that one. But I believe so. Great question, though.
I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Brad, I know it's early, but if you're ready to go,
I'm ready to go.
thank you for being here early. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, I guess, starting with County General, and the 10,000 group. There's no increases, in any of these, aside, or for the ones that would necessarily need an increase that are not specific salary related, like overtime or our attorney fees are all under there. Those have all been kept the same as they have been historically. Moving on to office supplies. In light of the central office supply closet, I did reduce this budget. I did, however, try to leave $500 in there for next year. Every other year, we purchase postcards to send out to every property owner that is on an open ditch, informing them that we will be coming through with our spray. And those postcards are are unique to that format, and so I left that on there. For the $30,000 group, there was some decreases and increases in different line items, but for a total, the group ended up at about $100 more for 27 than for 26. And that's accounting for increases in cell phone costs and fuel costs, and also some additional equipment costs that we have been accruing over the past few years.
I just realized, did you mean to take your equipment and program maintenance to zero?
I did not.
Okay, because that was what was submitted. So on my form, because I was like, well, wait, you took out $10,000 for program, so that's supposed to be in.
That is. Well, I'm sure that's what I submitted.
Same dollar amount, I'm assuming.
For
you want to leave it
equipment
in 27 the same?
Yeah, at $10,000, yes.
There we go. So his budget will actually be $230,884 requested to add that. Sorry,
My
I just saw
apologies
I
for
didn't
that.
see it
I'm
when I
not sure
printed
what
it.
happened there.
Any questions for this page of the budget, please? Okay, you want to talk about Q Bridge next?
Yes. Again, for Cume Bridge, I left everything more or less the same, except for bridge inspection and bridge replacement. Both came, so I didn't leave them the same. Half the same, half came down. 2026 was so high for bridge replacement because we were anticipating replacing 2 bridges, and that will happen. 2027, I anticipate to replace 1 bridge, but if it does line up to replace 2, we have the funds, and I will ask for an additional appropriation at the time. Bridge inspections are on a every other year cycle. This year was our main inspection year, so that was why there was $150,000 budgeted for this year and only $50,000 for next year. It is an off cycle next year. However, we leave money in there in case there's an emergency inspection needed, or if we build a new bridge, it has to be inspected.
So in anticipation of the 1, possibly 2 bridge replacements that you're doing, those would both require those inspections that you're talking about?
They would, yes.
Okay. What average cost of 1 bridge inspection?
That they don't necessarily provide that figure for us, but I have $150,000 in there that was based on the line item for this year from the consultant, and rounded up probably a little bit for those extra inspections. But at 87 bridges and $150,000 for that would be a rough average. I don't know what that is, but I can look again at the contract if you'd like me to and see if there is
that's okay.
An interesting note, I have not received an invoice for bridge inspections this year, even though they happened in March, so I'll have to ask my consultant.
I was gonna tell you, I'll tell you what they charge, just kidding. I don't see anything yet.
I'll have to ask my consultant about that, so.
So if we needed to cut somewhere, that bridge inspection may be where we could trim some off?
That's not
something we could, okay.
No, that's
Yes.
not a general.
You could, but it's just gonna sit in the Q Bridge Fund.
Okay.
It's not reverting.
Darn those non-reverting funds.
The only ones that you're looking for are the 1,000 funds.
Okay.
The rest of them have very specific
Yeah.
guidelines.
Great. Any questions for Brad? Thank you.
Thanks.
You wanna jump in, Tiffany?
I can, Scott's right outside the door if you want to. Either way.
Yeah, if he's here, that's fine.
I'll hand this down to you. This is updates for health. And that's my last one to give you. I believe so, yes. Actually, it's the Fund 1161, not 1161.
Scott, afternoon, ladies and gents. Seat's hot. Woo, hot seat.
Brad must have been nervous.
Do you want me to just start anywhere?
What
or-
you got for us?
Well, there's a lot this year compared to previous years. So if you look at the 1159, which is our main account, you'll see that there's a $1,000 increase in part-time and two $500 increases in the 200, 300 line item. So besides salary increase and corresponding perf and insurance and all that stuff, we will increase that budget $2,000 from last year.
And we added in instead of the 20,000s from the grants, we're no longer gonna be receiving.
Right, so I'll talk about that. So, like I explained in the addendum that you got, for 25 years plus, we've been using the local maintenance, health maintenance, and tobacco money to support 3 positions, Sonia's position, Darcy's position, and Danielle's. And the grants that held Darcy and Sonia has dried up. So in 2024, they switched to HFI money, which is your 1161 fund, and got rid of those older funds. But we still had money in them when they switched over. So we continue to spend them down until now this year they've expired. There are no more in there. There's still money in Danielle's, probably for another year or so, but the other two are gone. So that supplement is no longer in there. Now, we could take money from HFI to do that, but we didn't do that this year, and we don't have it proposed for next year. It's up to you guys. This year, we've used all our HFI money for partners. Next year, you can see we have about $10,000 we're using for programs in the health department, and the other $171,000 plus for partners. And as explained, come January next year, I'd like to appropriate cash out of that fund to continue to support partners as well. 27 will be budget year for the state, and we'll find out whether they'll continue that HFI program or not. Lots of questions. When we continue to go on to something else, or you want to let that brew in for a little bit?
What if we can't support partners?
So yes, so the original idea behind HFI was to connect with partners to bring a more robust, health to the county. If you can't, we have to still spend the money in a 60-40 split. So whatever we would, like say we don't support any partners at all, and we're going to use all the money for the health department, we'd still have to use 60% for preventative services, which they define in the code, which would be our nursing staff, and any budget line items they would have. And then 40% could be used for your enforcement side, which is myself, environmental, as well as food, weights and measures, things like that. So we'd still have to split the money in that way, but yes, you could use it all for health department if you wanted to. That's not their intent, but you could legally.
Are there, would there be repercussions?
Well, I think that some of the partners, they may falter without funding.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Oh.
Repercussions from getting the HFI money. So
No, they won't. There's nothing legally they could do, because we can use it for just health departments. But we wouldn't be making those connections that we do now.
Sure.
And again, I don't know. I wish I had a crystal ball could see if they're going to support that next year. So 23 and 24, or 24, they had the huge amount of money. We got $800 and some thousand. Last year they cut it to 20%. So then we only got 181, and that's what's projected for 27 as well. But then for 28 and 29, I don't know if they're going to do anything or not.
That's tough. I know those programs are very impactful.
You witnessed the
Yeah.
testimony, people. I do have a breakdown if you want me to go over it. So for a Hope Center, they requested $125,000 for 27. Babe, $30,000. The Free Clinic, $80,000. Purdue, 10. The Transit, $25,000. And Whitco was $7,500. Whitley County was $4,000, and Smith Green was $1,500. So that's approximately what we would spend after the appropriation in January of 27 for all the partners. And that would take us down to within 15,000 of cash in that. So we'd be spending a lot of that money out. Any other questions on that, or you want me to move on to something else?
Yep.
The grant funds are normal as usual. We have a budget for all those. Some of those grant funds are things we've gotten historically, and we just haven't spent all of that money yet. Some of them can only be spent for certain things. Our largest grant amount is still in the COVID immunization. That's the reimbursement we got from insurance companies during COVID, and that can only be spent on immunizations. So that's still that's quite a bit of money in there. the 96,000 that we had in for COVID relief that was under the CARES Act that went back into the levy, so that was 96,000 plus that's sitting there, went back to our cash. The other funds are pretty small. There's not a lot going on in those other funds. Just the normal budget as usual. One thing I did mention at the very beginning of my addendum was the weights and measures trailer. So I know that Raceway truck stop's supposed to be coming in any day. They do have their permits from the state for the gas tanks, but they haven't purchased their permit for building department yet. They do have their plan review completed for the building department. That's on the north side, and then on the south side, Love's, they have not gotten their plan completely corrected yet. But if those both come in, or at least one of them, we need to get equipment to service those. They would have high-flow diesel pumps, and our current weights and measures equipment can't handle high-flow diesel pumps. We have to buy a specific approver for that, which is approximately about $17,000 by the time we drive to New Jersey with the trailer, have them added to it, and then drive home from New Jersey. It's the only way to do it. So, and we would ask for appropriation out of our cash budget for that. Additional appropriation out of our existing fund.
You don't wanna buy it till you know they're gonna build it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Once they get construction permit, then I can decide. So I don't know if it'll be this year yet or next year, but.
Nobody in Whitley County has high-flow diesel pumps?
When the truck stop went out at Top Shelf, that was it. Now the county highway has some, but we just check it since it's not really retail. We just check it as best we can there. But no, not for the public. We don't have high-flow diesel.
What's the cost of that equipment?
So $15,600, I think, for the equipment itself, but we got to drive to New Jersey. It'll be probably a day or two, and then drive home. So hotel, dinners, gas.
Road trip.
Yeah,
Really?
I'm hoping I don't have to do that. But
How hard is it to drive?
it's, well, you're pulling this trailer behind the truck. It's done the
If you don't have to
Pennsylvania
back or
Turnpike.
turn right, I could do it.
It's harder for some, it's harder for some people than others, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, you have to keep it under a minimum because you don't want that thing jumping over. It's a $28,000 trailer, so we want to make sure we protect our investment.
Sounds like Jones volunteered to do the drive.
Scott, I had a question.
Yeah.
Are we still under the 1159?
We can be, yeah, sure. 1159.
Where were you at on this? I'm trying to.
So 1159, like I said, besides the increase that we put in, and the corresponding perf, insurance, and the stuff that you have up there at the top, the only thing that we've increased is $1,000 in the part-time, which usually pays our weights and measures person, and two $500 increases in the 200-300 series. So a total of only 2,000 increase. However, 20,000 that used to pay Sonia's and Darcy's is no longer being paid like it used to be.
Yep, I see that.
Yep. So you're looking at an actual change without pay increase of about $42,000 because they're not being supplemented plus just a very small amount increase. And I don't know what our levy stands right now. The last 3 years, the council's given $500,000. I don't know if it would still cover that with what cash we have in there for end of year. I think we're on 800-some thousand here.
Right now, we are just over $1 million. He's got about $396,000 left to spend if he spends
So
everything.
it looks like it should be covered. The 846 should be covered.
God, how many guys you got doing weight and measures?
One. So we came in and requested that Mike get trained with Tom until end of June, and Mike's last day was June 26th, so he's retired, and now Tom's full-time, well, part-time. He's doing that all the time.
Is that gonna be enough to handle when them trucks
I
stop
think so. We're more busy now than we've ever been. We get a call almost every day to do something for weights and measures. Just drove by Circle K this morning, and they have all their islands pulled off. I'm like, well, that's nice that they told us that because we already checked that this year. But they're gonna have to go back out there when they put all those pumps back together, take a look at that. So that will be a day or day and a half work. There's a lot that we do. We do a lot of agriculture, all your grain mills. We go out to all those several times a year. Ag Plus has the liquid fertilizer plant there at the old Briggs. We go out and check all their mass flow meters out there to make sure that they're right when they fill up liquid fertilizer. Plus all the gas stations, all your scales, and all your grocery stores and all that. So we keep busy quite a bit. And then any of your truck scales, whenever they order those, they have a company that comes out, checks those with big equipment, as well as like SDI. We're out there 4 or 5 times a year at SDI. They have 4 semi-truck scales and 2 railroad scales. So it's a lot for $20.
The scale at the rock quarry.
What?
You guys do the scale at the rock quarry?
What rock quarry is that?
Down there on 205 Speedway.
Yes. So, well, it's a sand pit, yes. But yes, we checked it last year, and we're going to check it again probably the next week or 2 before they open up completely to the public. Yeah, we'll check them once a year unless they have a complaint or something breaks.
Do you get called a lot to the grocery stores? And is that to check their weights for the propane?
No, we don't get many complaints about grocery stores. We get complaints about gas pumps a lot. So we did get a complaint of just the other day about BP in Churubusco. We had just been out there 2 weeks ago. Went back out, checked it. It's just fine. A lot of times, people take their plastic gas cans that they get at Walmart. Those are Imperial gallons. They're not U.S. standard gallons. And so you can put 5.5 to 6 gallons on a hot day in a plastic 5-gallon can. So they think they're getting cheated. No, that your can's not accurate. So we go out there with our accurate prover and check it. So a lot of times that, or if they park at Pack-A-Sack where they're on an angle and they fill in 28 gallons on their 26-gallon tank. Well, it's because you're at an angle. Your tank is measured when your car is level. So you can get more gallons in your car than you're supposed to. So we get complaints like that a lot. We'll probably be getting more complaints about food since the state law changed and now allows small farms and homesteads to make food on their own property, including meat. So we're not going to, if we can't enforce an action, we're not going to follow a complaint there. So if somebody wants to go and eat someplace that's not been inspected, that's their own problem.
That's fair.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to chase around.
Yeah, leave them alone. Let them do their thing.
Any other questions?
That means there's no regulation on farmers selling raw milk then anymore?
Raw milk is still a problem. You can sell it for animal feed, but you cannot sell it for human consumption.
As long as it's marked, not for human consumption.
That's a BOA requirement. It's not us, but BOA, yes. I know that there is some people in Whitley County selling that.
I won't do it anymore.
It's good information. Wow, I mean, there's a lot of people that are drinking raw milk.
Yeah. And as long as your gut has the ability to digest it, you're fine. That's not the problem, except there's no sanitary method, some of these people who are doing this, and so you're introducing bacteria and viruses into a raw milk that has like a petri dish that grows the stuff great, and then people get sick. You know, they're not following that kind of guideline, they're not cleaning, they're not refrigerating, so there's issues there.
What about fake meat?
We have no regulations on fake meat. It's USDA approved. If you buy it, I'd just say read the labels. There's fake meat. There's fake dairy now
I heard
as
that.
well.
I just read that.
Yeah.
What are you doing out there at your repair shop, Joe? You're asking a lot of questions.
3D printing steaks.
I have a
out there.
cleaner.
Any other questions on this? We can dive into HFI deeper if you want. It's just.
I had a question
Yeah.
on your 1161.
Yeah.
The 20,000 line under supplies went from 0 to 10,000.
Right. So, like I said, HFI money we get from the state. Instead, last year, 26, we didn't use any money for health department expenses at all. It all went to partners. This year, we're keeping out $10,000, and what we're using it for is we're using $1,600 for fall prevention training, which Darcy and April are trained to do. $1,000 for bicycle helmets and pads, which we've been passing out at First Fridays and things to kids, plus getting them fitted. Sleep sacks for infants, $1,000. Blood pressure monitors, $500. We already have 12 hubs in the county that have blood pressure monitors. CPR supplies of $900. The cost for rabies when we send in heads, because we have to pay a vet to remove the head, which costs us about $200, and then to ship it, which is another $60 to $80. So $2,000 for that, and then $3,000 for peer recovery for April when she works with community corrections. So that $10,000 is being used for those programs in the health department. Because that money's coming from the state, I didn't feel we should put it in the 1159 budget, which is a local. They're giving us that money, and we'll use that money for that. And these are all preventative services, so it stays in that 60% category, so we meet that threshold.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yep, that's what we're using that money for. Any other questions, anything? I probably will come back in early 27 to talk about part-time help. You won't be here,
Good
Mr.
luck.
Wheeler, you won't have to
Good
remember.
I just said, go ahead.
For the last 8 years, I've asked about part-time help for environmental stuff, trying to keep up with everything. Like this morning, I was out at 7:50 this morning, heading west. I've been out quite a bit, so I'm able to manage the office better. I probably start needing help, so I will bring that to the council or to the personnel committee next year. In anticipation for the budget, and probably would take it out of 1159 or 1161 if it's still coming to us. So.
What type of environmental stuff are you?
So I would like somebody to be able to do inspections for septics and wells when I'm gone. This will be 30 years in October I've been here. That whole time, whenever I'm gone, which is not very often, that can't go on. No, there's nobody to inspect any of those things being done. So I try to take time when there's not a lot going on. But oftentimes things don't get done if I'm not here. So it keeps contractors from getting things done. I send a letter out to everybody. I'm like, hey, I won't be here. Make sure you get a permit. Make sure you know all these things. But to start somebody out learning that program, to get some help there. So maybe 3 days a week.
Yeah.
Just because to try to keep up with all this, it's a lot as a department head to also be out doing physical labor through every day. So.
Kim, if you want to make yourself available to council, we could always appoint you to the personnel committee next year, so you still have some insight in that.
No, it's all right.
This person would have to have some technological savvy, since we use a GPS receiver to mark everything. So as long as they're able to use that, the computer. But
Yeah, we're done.
We're done. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that.
it just would help to know to have somebody extra to send out to do some of this stuff, so I can be more in the office to help with programming and stuff. But some years are slower, some years are busy. This year is very busy. We have almost 50 new septic permits. We had 20 that we carried over from last year. And with the rain that we've been having, it's kept everything very slow, and now it's starting to break loose like crazy. So very, very busy. I have contractors texting me at 6 o'clock in the morning now. I'm not even
That's a
out of
good
bed
thing.
yet, and they're texting.
It's a good thing, Scott.
Huh?
That's a good thing.
It's good for the economy,
Yes, it is.
but yes.
And it gets you up out of bed
It
and gets
does.
you moving.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you might still be sleeping right now.
Well, no, I'll be up, but it's just they're moving. I'm trying to get them to think a day or two ahead of time. It's been 30 years of trying to get them to do this. Like, hey, I'm going to be doing this job. I need to let him know approximately so I can get you on the schedule. It's hard to get people to follow that, but
Well, that's nice you do that, because you don't have to.
I don't, but I try to be available to them so that they don't waste time waiting around for an inspector.
And there again, you should be able to take your time off.
I should be able to, but Tiffany can testify I got over 1,000 hours of PTO.
Oh my gosh.
Take it.
Is that part of your retirement plan?
No, because I only get 150 when I retire, so I got to start spending that down.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you need to start using that.
No.
We need to get a high.
Like I
we
said,
need to get a part-time.
like I said, those jobs don't get done if I'm not here because nobody else trained. Everybody in the health department is cross-trained but me. So I can do birth certificates, death certificates. I can't give shots, but we have 3 nurses to do that. But when they need a septic or well inspection, there's nobody here to cover that, so. But yeah, I need to.
Well, I can take you out and teach you if you want to.
Teach, okay. But I'm just saying, yes. I think some of the PTO time is under the 2007 thing.
maybe.
Yeah, but, so, but, yeah. You never know. I need it someday.
You need a part-time helper.
I think we could find some people to do that, somebody that's legitimate to learn that. The problem is you'd really like to be able to train that person to grow in that program. Unfortunately, you're probably not going to find somebody that's retired or partially retired.
Or Nick's son.
For college kids.
Yeah, somebody that would be learn well, be great.
He's trying to buy a frickin' truck for some reason, and yeah.
He wants independence.
He needs to move out first. I thought he was 18.
Oh,
I
Claire's
got
like, man,
three.
you're
I got
harsh.
three.
8.
I'll
He's
let him
very
know.
nice.
I'll let him know.
But any other questions for me at all? Lot going on at the health department. We're trying to meet lots of needs. Just to update, you probably don't get as much as the commissioners do about the resource hub. We've been in talks with Community Foundation, some area leaders about having a one-stop location for resources for everybody in Whitley County. They've tried it a couple different times and it's just not working real well. So we have started a Excel sheet database. We've got 13 tabs on it right now for all kinds of resources for anything you might want to ever need, from clothing to non-food to food to autism support to grief support, all these kinds of things that we're putting together this database. And either we'll have a volunteer or possibly an MOU with Community Foundation to have a paid person in our office a couple times a week to meet with people that would come in that may need help for things. And that way there's a one location, everybody knows where it's at, it's centrally located, we're open 5 days a week. We're there for people to find resources. That way we know one spot. They're also working on a website at the Community Foundation to have all this stuff on a website as well. So people don't actually have to come into the office to get that information. So we're trying to make that all work. So I think it'd be
What's the update on the explosive diarrhea thing going on?
the cyclosporasis. So Indiana does have a few cases. It's not been tremendous. It's mostly associated with fruits and vegetables from Mexican restaurants.
Oh,
It's where most of them have been located.
not grocery stores.
No. Well, if you're getting your fruit and vegetables from Mexico, it could be as well.
Okay.
So my advice would be make sure everything you eat at a restaurant is cooked well. If it's cooked at high temperature, you're not going to have any problem, no matter if it's contaminated or not. But yes, it is a big thing. It's in 17 states. It continues to move. It's been hospitalized. You know, if it's an older person or a young person, they get hospitalized because it takes it all out of you, literally. But yes. Yeah, it's happening. There's always something. There's always something there.
But you can only get that if you eat that produce. Or
Right, it's not transferred from person to person. It's from a bacteria. So they're getting it from eating things.
Is that from not properly washing your produce?
A lot of it.
It says you can still, it doesn't wash out.
You'd have to wash it with hot soapy water.
Oh, wow.
Most people should wash their fruits and vegetables with hot soapy water when they bring them home, but they don't. We're just used to having, for decades, not having any of these issues because it's been done in America and all these things. Now we're getting a lot of Latin American countries bringing in those products, and they're contaminated. They use sewage water to irrigate the fields.
You ruin everything.
So it really would be, if you don't know the origin of your produce, you really need to wash them. You really do.
Does it say it on the produce where it's from?
Sometimes, sometimes not. You know, you go in there, not everything has a sticker on it.
I've learned so much today.
Can they technically still call it organic if it's
Yeah.
if they're irrigated with
Yeah,
sewage water?
it's not pesticides or
still
chemicals.
Organic, huh?
Yeah.
Technically, sewage is organic.
Organic, yeah.
Yeah, it has no
See,
industrial
those countries
waste.
aren't regulated by
Most
the
sewage water's
USDA.
got industrial waste in it, so it's not organic.
Now they do test some of that stuff coming across the border, but you test every train, load. That's it. You know, you got 50 other cars. And what are you going to do with it?
Random testing.
Oh, if there's no other questions, let me know.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay.
Sounds like we need to make a return to Freedom Gardens.
There's a big push for communities to have gardens now and stuff, so I think it'd be great.
Are you guys involved with the gardens over off of Hannah Street? Right at the corner
We're
of
not-
Hannah and Tower View?
Not directly involved with them, however, Mike, our previous waste managers, he's one that went out there and put the plaque out there, that they put up there. And, we are doing the garden, April's doing the garden at Community Corrections with those folks out there. We have not ever sponsored or given money to, the gardens there. But building department's been out there to inspect their facilities, their structures that they put up, so.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
Okay,
guys.
have a good day.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay.
That leaves you.
Hey, yeah. How do I follow that up? Thanks, Scott.
Just talk about some shit vegetables.
Yeah, I
I
guess.
think Teresa went to sleep.
Mine's pretty similar year over year. I did take obviously my supply budget down as well, since how that's went into the commissioners. And commissioners did approve for a cell phone stipend for me. So that is the increase that you're gonna see for this year. So other than that, same.
Any questions for Tiffany? Since we are meeting on the 20th, if you would go ahead and put on our agenda, budget discussion. That'll be our first opportunity, for us to be together as a body in a meeting format that we can talk about the information that we gathered today. So start thinking about if there's things that you're seeing here that you want to talk about or make direction with department heads. Do you think that we need to make changes in those budgets as they were presented to you today? We will have a discussion on that. It's at this point a very limited discussion as far as actually what it may or may not produce, just because of the fact that we don't have any numbers yet to know what we're going to be able to afford. But I think a lot of times we have good ideas after this meeting on things that we're just not gonna maybe necessarily be good with, that we want to talk about, or maybe as you digest all this information today, you look at something that you don't know if a department head's being maybe good enough on their budget with.
And if there's anything anybody wants brought forward or sent out, just email me. If there's anybody who, usually I get numbers thrown at me for, what would it be if we had X percentage or dollar amount for any potential increases. Anything you want, let me know. I can provide anything to you, so, call me and I'll get it to you.
And that's something else that that's something else that, as Kim alluded to earlier, and we talked very, very briefly about, is starting to put your thoughts together on what we may or may not be able to do as far as cost of living increase this year for employees, and how you would want to structure that. It doesn't hurt to have an idea in place on how you would like to structure it or what you're thinking, but then for us to turn around and say there just isn't room for it once we get to that point in the budget too, is better than not having a plan or having some thought in place about that. So let's start thinking about that too, please.
So have we got any indicators of what the revenue is gonna be at all?
I haven't seen anything come through yet, so I've been checking. I'm hoping by the 15th, but state's been a little delayed this year, so.
Well, if they're retweaking in our favor, that's what's let them.
Yep. I agree.
John, you have anything?
I have nothing.
You?
No, sir.
Joan?
I don't know if I'm gonna make the meeting Tuesday, but I'm trying. So I'll let you know.
What's Tuesday?
I mean, whenever the Monday.
20.
Monday, okay.
Yeah, it's Monday.
I have nothing.
I have nothing.
And I have nothing, so we are adjourned. Thanks.